Hey, let's get this one going. So I think the first thing we need to do is the new account and tank that new account down to F, maybe then some. We have what a good name of the account would be. Yeah, Exceed, what's up? All right. In terms of names, I'm thinking Budget Bird. How about that? I don't want to stray too far away from the whole hawk tag, but we got to make it clear that this is gonna be a budget account. Yeah, I like that. All right. Now, the very first thing we're gonna do is I wonder if I should leave open optimizer. I'll leave open bloom. I don't think anyone's going to care all that much if I show how to play on like plasma or show how to play on optimizer. Those maps are kind of weird. I think most people have them banned anyway. And so I had banned Bringing Bloom. These two I left banned. So that's just what we're gonna do. Maybe sell Vito Ringing Bloom. Yeah, I think a lot of Zerg players really really don't want to know how to play on this one. Oh, first thing you gotta do on a new account, you gotta make sure to exit the public channels. That's a very important step. We'll leave it banned. How about that? All right. And so let's tank their MMR. Alright, you ready? Sometimes people will try and leave the game before you do, so we gotta really insult. Do we get it? Yes, before the game even loaded. Alright. Yeah, if you don't do it, sometimes they can leave before you, though. And then you'll get a win. That won't be very good. Alright. Gotta be quick on this one, too. Ooh, it's a rematch. See, I bet he just like immediately queued up again because he wanted me to leave. Got the loss again. Yeah, basically, he's farming the new account even more. You gonna do it again? It's gonna be the same guy. Okay, making it. I actually don't know what the colors are. What is teal? Is that D? I think. Yeah, that pale green is E. Teal was D. Okay. And F is like a really ugly gray. That's not good. For some reason, I think F could be red. Like, it feels like a red F makes sense. Ooh. That one's gonna drop me. Alright, we got it. You can be careful. If someone's MMR is 900, they probably do just end up leaving a lot of games right at the beginning. You don't want to get a win by accident. You know, like A being red? Yeah, I think red is a cool color. It's just maybe it has to do with like grading papers. Like you always like imagine like the big like F as like failure is in red. Like F and gray seem so dull. Okay, back to 1306. Alright, what do we get? Yes, a fleet. Alright, do we tank it some more? Let's see our MMR. Let's see. If it's on the border of F, I'll tank it a little bit more. Because I don't want it to be like one game and then you get out of F. So, why can't I see myself? Oh, it hasn't registered. So what is the MMR border on F? I wonder if it has that anywhere. Let's just lose a couple more games, and then we can start ranking it up. About 1180? Okay, gotcha. We would leave at least 5 to 10 more. Yeah, I agree, because if you don't have many games, it's the MMR swings are a lot higher. Like, my losses are probably giving me like minus 50 or more, and then my wins are probably the same amount. Ooh, 1300. Yeah. So it still probably isn't sure if I'm actually F if it's hitting me up against 1300 players. So let's really make it confident that I'm at where I should be. The uncertainty is high on new accounts. Yeah, exactly. There's not that many people in F. Oh, yeah, that might be right. I think F is 8%, so it's pretty unlikely to match with that ranking. They're probably the least active player base too, so I doubt very many. There's like only 8% of players that are F, and then of that 8%, I doubt they like queue very often on ladder. I always feel like if the elapsed time doesn't tick up, then I'm just never going to find a game. I don't know if that's actually true, but sometimes it kind of glitches. It doesn't go up. Ooh, wow. It's the first Terran we've seen. It's an old Protoss so far. Okay, that's getting more certain. Uh-oh. Alright, I think we'll leave one more. And then that should be good. And we'll start the F to S stream. Hopefully we can do it all in one run, but if it needs to extend till tomorrow, then that's fine too. We'll try and do it in one day. I don't think it should take that long, because as long as you don't lose any games, then you start winning like a ton of MMR per game. Uh-oh. That's gonna tank us. Alright, let's leave it. Alright. Oh my god. Okay, that's a cool number. We'll start at 10-10. How about that? Alright. Or 0 and 10, 10, 10. That should give us a decent number of games in F, then, you know, D, C, so on. Let me get a refill my coffee, and then we can start. All right. So, first game on F. Oh, that's high variance. Well, should I keep on losing it? I can do a few more. Oh, okay, yeah. Well, it's also because they were lower than me in MMR, so maybe that's why. I wonder if people compete on who can get the lowest MMR score. I think people just try and queue up as often as possible and immediately leave. Dead Infested is trying? Yeah. I'm not surprised someone is trying to do that. Wow! There really are people queuing at this MMR range. That's crazy. It's also cool that if you don't have anyone on your friends list, it'll just populate someone who does play, and so you can kind of like, I don't know, I guess treat them as like competitors that you want to like beat in ladder score. But it's kind of cool because this account has no friends, so that Chris PR guy that showed me is just like a random person. All right, we're far enough now. I'm gonna start ranking up at this point. So in F, the general game plan is you want to keep the game as simple as possible. And you want to try and do things which are straightforward. And you really don't want to like try anything complicated in terms of like build or strategy or all of that. Just keep it very simple. You know, mass one type of unit is generally a good idea. So versus Protoss, it would be Hydras. Versus Zerg, it would either be Zerglings or Hydras. And versus Terran, you know, you can mass something Lurkers or Mutas or yeah, but you just try and keep it as simple as you can. Okay. Who do we have? We have a nice Protoss person. And so in F, this is just showing you don't really need to use the keyboard. And just keep it very simple. Make sure you rally.
We require more minerals.
Make sure you send your drones to mine. It's a very simple game plan in F. And all you're focusing on here is making sure you hit your Overlord. The first one is at 9. Try to send your drones to different patches, so all of these drones are on a different patch. Again, that's all you want to be focusing on early. You don't need to spam. You don't really need to try real hard with splitting or anything like that. Just make sure you make your Overlord and make sure that you send your drones to different patches. You're gonna make a pool after the Overlord. Send this guy to your natural. And send a drone to your natural as well. If you're wondering when to send it early. Sending something as early is always better than sending it late.
Our forces are under attack.
If he harasses you, just make more drones. Again, let's keep it simple, right? Let's get up some Zerglings for defense. See what he's doing. Let's make another hatchery. Okay. So I see that he has a gateway here. So that means he's probably taking an expand. So let's go back into drones. If we had seen that no expand, then we would have kept on making lings. Very simple, right? Make lings if there's no expand, and you make drones if there is an expand. So again, if you're wondering when to make an overlord, make it early. Making an overlord too early is a small mistake. Making an overlord too late is a big mistake. So you're always safer in making it early. And again, this early game, all you want to do is just make workers. Well, if they're expanding anyway. I'll just keep it very simple. Okay, again, if you're wondering when to make an overlord, just make it early. You see how I can just drag with the larva here? That's why we make it like that, right? Just keep it simple for yourself. You want to be able to drag and select all the larvae. Make sure to rally with your hatcheries. See this cannon? You want to move your overlord away from it so it doesn't die. See this hatchery needs to be rallied. Like a sunken. Go into lair. And all we're doing is just going back and forth, making drones and overlords. Very simple. It looks like he's being aggressive, so let's just add another sunken colony. And again, looks like we're close to our supply cap, so let's make some more overlords. Let's get ranged attack. Because again, we want to keep it very simple, and so we're just going to be making Hydras. Gonna get Hydra speed. And we're gonna get Overlord speed.
Require more minerals.
And again, there's more drones.
Our forces are under attack.
So he has a Corsair, so let's start making some Hydras. We would have started making Hydras anyway, because you know, this is a great amount of drones. We don't need more drones than this. So make your life easy. Make sure your hatcheries are together like this, so you can just kind of drag and use up all the larvae like that. Again, keep it simple. All of your overlords should be in the same place, preferably your natural. You don't need to spread them out on the map, because that makes it more difficult when the Corsair comes. If you're messing up with your macro, you can put a 4th hatchery here. That's perfectly fine. Except our overlord speed just finished. Put down another hatchery. The minerals are getting pretty high. Let's change our rallies to something nicer. Now, we could get Lurker upgrade, but we don't really need to. So let's just now start sending our Hydras.
Evolution complete.
I want to keep it just very simple, right? Send all of them. We're going to produce more. Make sure you still make overlords. Let's make a hatchery here, just in case. And again, you really don't need to focus so much on microing this. Let's just keep producing. You can watch the fight though. Now That's it. That's all you need for F. There's really not much.
Our forces are under attack.
We're here at GT, so let's move up an overlord. Let's make sure we upgrade. So this is what I mean by keeping it simple, right? F, that's all you really need to do. Is, you want to make just one unit. No hotkeys? Nope, you don't need to do hotkeys on F. It's really not necessary. You don't need to use the keyboard at all. You just want to keep it as simple as possible, mass one unit, and with just some very basic making workers and hatcheries. You'll just you'll have more units than them. You see? You're completely safe. It's just 2 base, right? Don't do anything crazy, like take a quick third. You don't need to. Just stay on 2 bases. Get your worker count up. Get your hatchery count up. Defend with Sunkens. Sunkens are literally one of Zerg's best. One of the best things about Zerg. Sunkens are very strong, and so you should use them to drone up. And then, once you have more drones than your opponent, or workers, it becomes a very simple game, right? You just send out your army. That's it. I love seeing someone's APM go from 300 to 120 in the middle of a fight. Mine goes from 80 to 130. Yeah, APM doesn't matter as much as people say it does. Because I'll say this, APM allows you to play more styles, but there are certain styles which APM doesn't really matter all that much. So, it just, if you have low APM, you're more restricted in the type of way that you can play. Whereas if you have higher APM, you can play a lot of different styles. That's more of the advantage of APM. But if you're playing like a style which doesn't benefit from APM, then you're going to play it just as well as someone with like 500 APM. So a good example of this is like a really good cannon rusher. Having more APM as a cannon rusher doesn't help you. I mean, maybe a little bit with like the probe micro, but not really. It's more just about knowing the timings and knowing how to position the cannons. And you can do that with like 60 APM. And cannon rush is a strong strategy, so you can get to S with doing nothing but cannon rushing. So again, you don't really need to split in F. You do want to rally. And it's going to be the same game plan versus Protoss. Every game versus Protoss, the simplest thing you can do is just to mass Hydras. So first, make drones. Defend with the Sunken on 2 bases. And then just mass Hydras. Very, very simple game plan. So early, all you need to do if you're in F rank is just send your drones to separate mineral patches. That's all you need to worry about, and to make your overlord. That's pretty much the extent of what you need to make sure that you're doing early game. And after the overlord, you want to make a pool. Just pretty much in all matchups, that's what you want to do. And if they sends a probe to you, just send a drone to attack it, right? You don't need to micro it, just leave a drone on it. Yeah, send them to separate mineral patches. So he built a pylon here, that's fine, because we have a pool up soon. Just change the rally. And if he does that, we're going to be making 6 Zerglings. Go ahead and also make your hatchery here. Our Zergling's gonna be coming out soon, so let's take down this pylon. Oh, okay, and we see the forge, so now that we see the forge, let's go back into making drones.
Our forces are under attack.
Oh. Okay. Let's keep it very simple, right? Make sure all your hatcheries are next to one another. That way you can just kind of drag and select the larva. Let's take your gas. Again, let's always be looking at when we should be making a overlord. Right time to make an overlord is always early. It doesn't hurt you to make it early, it does hurt you to make it late. So let's get into layer. then you just keep on making drones. You see 2 zealots here, so let's make our sunken for defense. Take our Evo chamber and our Hydra den. And more drones. And we're going to be massing Hydras, so we're getting missile attack. We're going to get the Hydra speed.
Our forces are under attack.
And we see Corsair, so let's make some Hydras.
We require more minerals. We require more minerals.
So we have a pretty good drone count now. Just for defense, let's add another Greek colony.
Our forces are under attack.
I think our rallies over here now. Just want to fix your rallies when you can. It'll always help you.
Require more Vespene gas.
Kind of want to move them forward as the game goes on. Let's do some scouting. Send some lings out.
We require more minerals. We require more minerals. We require more minerals. Evolution complete.
Okay, so he's taking a third. That's pretty quick.
Evolution complete. Spawn more overlords.
Let's go with our Hydras.
Our forces are under attack. Our forces are under attack. Our forces are under attack.
Our overlords are with us. There we go. Super two. That's what I mean, right? If you're doing a strategy which doesn't require high APM, you know, the fact that he's almost has 5 times as much APM does not help him all that much. I guess he has less than 4 times. It's hard to do math. How long have I been playing? I started... I played, like, casual and, like, fastest every now and then. Way back, maybe like 03 to 05, something like that. But I only seriously started playing like normal games in like 08 maybe. I think it was when PGT died and when iCup started. So like 08, I think. Yeah, super simple. That's my suggestion. If you're an F, keep the game as simple as you can. And don't take a bunch of expansions. Expansions aren't that good. What's good is workers. And it's super easy to defend a smaller number of bases with a ton of workers than it is to defend lots of bases with lots of workers. When do you want to switch from making drones to making army units? What is enough drones? It depends. If you're an F rank, you should be having a lot of drones on your mineral lines, because that is the simplest way to play. Because if you play like that, you don't even need to worry about if you use up a drone later on to make a building. You're still going to have several replacements. So what happens on a lot of newer Zerg players is they'll go up to like 12 drones in their main, and then they get to hive tech and make like 5 different buildings. Or like 6 or more, right? And then they look back and they see that now there's only 5 drones in their main mining minerals. So what's better is just highly oversaturate, so that way that doesn't happen. So an exact count would be something like 16 or more. You almost want close to like twice number of patches times 2 if you're an F rank. Just so you don't have to worry about ever losing too many drones to making buildings. Everything? Oh, Terran. Okay. So versus Terran, my suggestion is you probably should scout. Again, you make an overlord after pool and all matchups in it. Very simple. And so, around this time is when you want to scout. You don't want to wait too long because the Marine can chase it away. But you do need to see what Terran is doing. So you see he has a wall, that's lanes, and no gas. Okay. So if he doesn't have a gas, you should go back into making drones. Well, even if he does a lot of times, you should. Since we have these early lings, just send them to his base to attack. You don't really need to over-micro them. And again, we're just going to set up our macro hatcheries, right? It's always going to be the game plan here. Okay. Yeah, and let's not over micro an F, so let's just move these Zerglings home. We kind of left him to attack, but looks like he's defending. And on most maps you can kind of just see what he's doing. You see he's making Marines. Okay. See, where did the Marines go? Okay, they went up there. So they're not being sent towards us. That's good. Yeah, and keep on making Overlords. Let's take our gas. And looks like our money's quite high, so we're going to continue to add hatcheries. If we can. I want to keep an eye on these to see if they move. But also we can add some defenses as well. Get into layer. About when you have one drone per patch, you want to take your natural gas in F. Oh, so we see he has the medics, so let's get up some sunken colonies. That's why it's important to always be looking over there, right? Care to get up your evolution chambers versus Terran? Again, this is what we want, is we want to be able to just drag select all the larvae, make drones.
You require more minerals.
Let's get up Zergling speed. He's sticking with bio, that's fine. Get up our Carapace and our melee attacks and see his bio. That'll be better. And let's make our Queen's Nest. Let's get into Hive. So you can see here, this is a good amount of drones. And same with here.
You require more minerals. You require more minerals.
Go into Hive.
Evolution complete.
You really want to make sure your overlords aren't in the way. It's kind of difficult to select these units and stuff if you have overlords hovering over them. So, whatever makes your life easier is pretty good. Okay, now let's send some Zerglings around. most maps have little paths you can send the Zerglings. We're just going to right-click into the main. You know, nothing fancy. We simply just right-clicked into the main zone. Send these on attack move, but you know, you don't need to do that. You could just let them go too.
Our forces are under attack.
Let's make a Spire when our hive finishes, and a Ultralisk Den. And let's get up Adrenal Glands. And you see how as soon as our hive finished, we have so many more buildings. Well, that's fine because, you know, we still have a healthy chunk. Oh, looks like he has another base here, so let's send some Zerglings to attack it.
Our forces are under attack.
So, same thing, let's send our Zerglings around. He's covering that area.
Evolution complete. Evolution complete.
Let's send a drone out as well.
Our forces are under attack. Our forces are under attack.
Okay, our minerals are getting pretty high, so let's add more hatcheries.
Our forces are under attack.
And let's also add more drones.
Our forces are under attack.
Okay, and when our upgrade is almost done, the Ultras, we're just going to go ahead and make them.
Our forces are under attack.
Always set the rallies on the hatcheries, that makes your life a lot easier. Good, and we immediately get the Ultra speed up here. After every Ultra's coming, we can expand more. Send these guys over to the third instead.
The hive cluster is under attack.
Let's always move Overlords out of the way. They make things more difficult. Once we have Ultras out, just send them first.
Our forces are under
Send
attack.
Zerglings afterwards. So you can see if all the larvae in the same screen, you can do that. Quite nice. Now we're sending the Lings to follow up on the Ultra. And we're saving up our gas for the +3 upgrade.
Forces are under attack.
That's it. Alright. Now, that's what you do versus Bio. It's a pretty simple game plan enough. What you would do if you scouted gas instead would be very similar to versus Protoss, where you just make Hydras. He could have done a forward second barracks, no? Yeah, he could have. That's why we had 6 Lings early. Just to cover stuff like that. Clean your keyboard, bro? No. No. No, I'll do this point. But, I don't have a replacement keyboard, and it takes a long time to clean it manually, so. When do you want to get the gas? I think if you're a new player starting out, and at most levels, just get the gas after you have 1 drone per mineral patch. That's generally a good bet. As if you aren't like sacrificing a ton of minerals to mine gas, then that's the way to go. How the hell do you get rank S? Oh, sick. Thank you for the raid. You're a streamer. Can you beat Artosis? Oh yeah, I can. But no, we're doing a rank F to rank S stream. Right now the account is in rank F. I'm just trying to show kind of the simplest way to play at each rank. Mondragon, huh? So this person is D, but let's stick to our game plan. And our only focus early game is just to send the drones to different patches and to make an overlord at the right time. Only focus early game. Damn, Dragon fell a lot in skill. Yeah, basically. Yeah, for anyone who doesn't know, Mondragon was before StarCraft 2, he was one of the premier foreign players. Mondragon always said he has to practice a lot. Yeah, okay. So it's, you know, as normal, soul matchups just make the pool after the Overlord. Oh, I missed it. I missed it. They're sending out a scout. I didn't see what it was, though. Oh, it's a drone. Okay. So, in ZVC, again, you want to make it simple. Just expand. Make another hatchery at your base. Oh, if he could colonize you, just kill it with drones. Simple as that. So you can see he's sending Zerglings, so just rally to the ramp here. Again, we're just massing one unit, so we're just all of F rank is revolving around keep it as simply as possible. You don't need to over micro. Just want to keep it simple. Simple in this case is taking Zerglings and ZVZ. You see he did expand, which is fine. XC taking notes, yeah. And again, same concept, except in ZVZ you do need to be a little bit more careful. You can't just blindly drone, as we did in the other matchups. We do need to defend ourselves by making a lot of Zerglings. But same deal, we still want to get out our hatcheries. We have Zergling speed. Soon. Oh, we do have it. Okay, so just send the Zerglings to attack. You don't really need to over micro here. Just let them do their thing, and yeah, you'll be fine. We're almost there. I can see it. I can see the E rank. Yeah, I think actually plus 50 is the like upper max that you can gain / lose on a ladder game. I really don't think they even allow anything higher than that. You've seen plus 67? Yeah. That must be crazy good feeling to win that much. Okay. So we got another Terran. Terran's probably the most tricky to play against in F rank, but I'll still give my thoughts on the easiest way to go about it.
We require more riders.
Again, in all matchups, your early game focus is just to make the Overlord at the right time and to send the drones to different mineral patches. That's basically it. Or at least that's all that's needed at this rank. So same thing, you make a pool after your overlord. Send the overlords to your natural, nothing fancy. It'll be the same on every map. You do want to scout pretty early versus Terran. And always make 6 Zerglings for defense. Versus Terran, you want to be a bit careful with this overlord. You don't want to lose it. So, probably should have just sent it over here. That would have been less risky. Go ahead and just send the 2 links to attack the SCV. Always look to see what he's doing. It looks like he is not taking an expand, but is going for 2 barracks.
Our forces are under attack.
So that means that we'll need some earlier sunken colonies. It also means we can be aggressive with these 2 links. So let's send them out. Okay, so we see he took an expand, which is good. That means that we can make drones. Let's make a creep colony for defense. The goal is, again, always in Rrank, just keep it as simple as you can. Just make your workers, make your hatcheries, make your sunken colonies to defend. That's going to be your game plan. Everything else comes after. You have your drones up and you have your hatcheries up.
require more minerals. We require more minerals. Spawn more overlords. We require more minerals. We require more minerals.
You have to make more drones than you think you would, just because, you know, every building you make costs a drone. So it's okay to make, you know, what looks like a lot of drones. Perfectly fine. Then we make our tech. Make sure our overlords are out of the way. Again, we just keep it very simple. Get our upgrades. Because he's going bio, we're just going to go into Zergling. If we were going mech, we would be going into Hydras. Again, I think it's really important to place your hatcheries so that you can just box the larva. That makes your macro a lot easier. You see at the front he has bio, so that's good.
Our forces are under attack.
It means we don't need to worry about any mech. Yeah, just super simple. Move the overlords out of the way.
Our forces are under attack.
You're gonna move the lanes out to a corner so that they can counterattack. See that when Terran goes bio, counterattacks are really strong. When Hive is finished, we're going to be getting our
Forces are under attack.
Ultralist 10 plus the adrenal glands upgrade. Oh. No, the enter is just to show that I'm not using like a keyboard or anything. That's just the chill game with just mouse. Yeah, you don't really need to do anything crazy at F. That's just a lot of fundamentals. And, you know, making the game as simple as you can. That's really the important part. So we see some bio moving out, so let's stick with the plan. We're going to be sending these Zerglings in to attack. Let's always get our upgrades on time.
Our forces are under attack.
And we can see, even without needing to do much, Zergling counterattacks at this rank are very difficult for Terran to deal with. And so this is why I'm saying you want to simplify the game. For us, we have all of these Sunkens. We don't have to worry about counterattacks hitting us. Whereas for Terran, it's a constant threat. And so doing whatever is simplest will be very good at effort. We want to worry about as few things as possible. So our armor upgrade is about done, so now we're going to be making our Ultralisks. I also want to make a Spire. You see that he's going to be pushing this, so that's fine. Let's send some Zerglings over to help.
The hive cluster is under attack.
Send some Zerglings to attack as well.
Our forces are under attack.
Yeah, you don't even need to do anything. It's that easy. So he has now a lot of Firebats guarding just fine. Those will be dealt with the Ultras.
Require more minerals.
Use that all of your guests to make Ultras, and you just kind of send them. Super simple. You send your Ultras first, and then whatever lings you got on the side or at your base, you send them after. Always Ultras before lings. And all of this, you see, it just looks like I have unlimited units. Well, he has 2 bases, I have 2 bases. That should be really good for Terran. But all of this stems from just having the game very simple in that I made a lot of workers, I made a lot of hatcheries. And if you can do that, you know, Zerg's macro is actually really easy compared to Terran or Protoss. Because they can literally, like you see how I just like drag selected 12 larvae. In 2 actions, drag select and then press Zergling, you can make 24 Zerglings. Like Zerg macro, if you set it up this way, is actually very, very easy. It's probably the easiest macro in the game. And so that's what you kind of want to aim for, is just trying to get to this point where you can just box them and Zerglings, make them 24 at a time. Very easy. He lifted. Why did he lift? Come on, don't do this.
Our forces are under attack.
Oh, okay. Gotcha. I was thinking maybe he would be trolling me, and well, maybe he is trolling as well. But all right, I'm just gonna be playing a little bit more normally just to save time. Okay, GG, thanks. Thank you for that. Yeah, less is more, and simple is better at F rank. I would say maybe even through like E and D, you can play this style. You're just creating more future competition for yourself with these coaching lessons? Yeah. I have my thoughts on that. I think the best people to learn from are people Okay, so let's say that you want to learn. Let me think. So you want to learn a subject. Let's take my subject. So let's take accounting. I think the best person to learn accounting from would be someone who is not an accountant. Because, first of all, if they're an accountant, they don't want to train people who they're going to be competing against in the future. Same for like StarCraft, right? I'd like to think that I don't fall victim to this and that I would teach in good faith, but I don't know. I'd like to think so. I'm not so sure though. But in general, I think you should learn accounting from someone who is, let's say their job is in math or law or whatever, and they just happen to know and look up that subject. I think they would be a far better teacher than someone who is an expert and spends all their time in that domain. Which is my opinion. But let's go on with the games. I think it's in a player's best interest to get more people into the game. Yeah, that's true. I think in this case, the F to S rank, you know, there isn't really any conflicts of interest where I don't really give a shit if players get to like A rank or S rank, right? That's still not like all that worrying in terms of like where I would place in tournaments. But I would say that I probably wouldn't be giving lessons to like, you know, the top of NA. Yeah, that's a bit more sketch. Or even if I did, I don't know if I would be super honest about my thoughts on builds and encounters and all that. You have to be careful, right? You can teach something in 1/10 the amount of time that it takes someone to learn or to innovate. So let's say you like review VODs and streams and really put in the time and work to understand the counter for a very specific situation. Okay, how long did it take? Like maybe an hour or two? And now, how long would it take to condense that knowledge and summarize it for someone so that they would understand it? Like 5 minutes? So, if you're not careful with it, yeah, it's just, it's not exactly the best idea to kind of give away that advantage. Anyway. What player do we have? We have Protoss. So this will be a little bit more fun. So again, Protoss, same deal. We build an overlord and we build a pool. Only thing you need to worry about early is sending the drones to different mineral patches and building the overlord at the right time. If you're wondering when to send out the drone to your expansion, earlier is always better. If you send it out late, it hurts you. If you send it out early, eh. Always attack the probe.
Assimilating and distributing all he receives, slowly, until it becomes a problem.
Okay, so we got the probe kill on that one. Yeah, if they send a worker, you always just want to right-click it with your drone. Simple as that. And always make 6 lings when this spawning pool finishes. Based on what we scout here, see a zealot, so we're going to keep on making links. Simple as that. Hey Michael, I'm doing pretty well. And you like how much less I need to focus on the game than higher ranks? Yeah, that's true. The game is a lot more chill on F and around that range. we're sending back the Zealot. That's fine. So let's go back into drones. What's he doing with that one? This Overlord's supposed to just be at your natural. You don't need to worry about it too much.
Spawn more overlords.
So that's a lot of zealots. So let's add a creep colony. You know, let's play. Just send the Zerglings to attack, because the attack does. Let's get the zealots, and behind it, let's get up a creep colony.
Our forces are under attack.
So we should make a couple more Zerglings, but you know, you don't need to overreact to this, because we do have a creep colony coming. Yeah, same game plan. We just we get up our drone count, get up our hatchery count.
Require more
I'd
minerals.
like to be able to continue to let what is inside of me, which comes from all the music that I hear, and I'd like for that to come out. And it's
What
like
is this song? Is it the same one? It's
the music's coming through me.
building steam with a grain of
The
salt.
music's coming through me.
Apparently.
Music's coming through me. Music's coming
Yeah.
Spawn more overlords. Require more minerals.
We see a Corsair, so let's make our Hydras.
Require more minerals. Require more minerals.
So we're pretty good on drones now. I think we can just start making Hydras from this point.
Evolution complete. Require more minerals.
This guy microed his zealot, so it might be pretty good. So it'd be a good idea as the players get better to not just sit back with everything, but to scout every now and then. That'd be pretty important. But at this level, you can still keep it pretty simple. You just need to make Hydras. Kind of box select the larva like this. You can also control click them as well. You do need to actually aim for the larva when you do that.
Our forces are under attack.
You see a Dragoon, okay. And let's change our rallies to something more forward, now that we're pretty well defended. You see that he has a lot of Corsairs.
Require more minerals. Require more minerals.
So that means we want to protect our overlords as best we can.
Require more minerals. Require more minerals. Our forces are under attack.
I'm sure our overlords are all together. Again, just keep up with your macro.
More minerals. Our forces are under attack.
Okay. So he lost all his Corsairs, so let's bring these overlords in, and we're going to go for an attack. Build a hatchery.
Our forces are under attack.
Reavers are actually pretty decent for Protoss, because they're kind of like a sit and forget unit. They don't require all that much micro to do, so that's good.
Our forces are under
But,
attack.
so are Hydras. And again, we can see that, just the very simple act of just normal macroing is very difficult to deal with at this rank.
Our forces are under attack.
But he got past the first wave, which I think the other ranks died here, so that's something. And as you continue the game,
Our forces are under attack.
you just want to keep on adding hatcheries and drones.
Our forces are under attack.
So now, as a follow-up, because he's, well, as we're taking our third, we want to make drones for it again. Let's do a round of drones. And again, we want to make more Hatchers. Want to keep on upgrading.
Our forces are under attack.
Okay, GG. That's really all it takes for, you know, FD, rank, all that. And again, it just shows that, you know, all of that 8 p.m. It's not 8 p.m. what matters. Now, I couldn't have done like a build that requires high APM, but you can. There's a lot of very strong builds which you don't need very much APM to do. You should have gotten High Templar and DT instead of Reavers. Yeah, I agree. Probably, yeah. All right, we're almost on E. I'll start going harder on E. Give me 1 second though. Okay. Wish I were Terran though. Yeah, a lot of the concepts though stay the same regardless of what race you play. So basically what I'm doing is I'm just putting down defenses, right? Those sunken colonies for Terran to be bunkers. And I'm making a ton of workers and I'm making a ton of production. So for Terran, that would just be, you know, making bunkers and missile turrets and a ton of SCVs. And then putting down a ridiculous number of factories. Like on 2 base, it's perfectly fine for newer players to put down, you know, 6, 7, or even more factories if they have the SCV count for it. And same with Protoss, you know, you can go up to, you know, 10 or more gateways perfectly fine if that's what you need to help you spend your money. What's really important is that you simplify the game and make you know, a lot of workers and a lot of production. Protoss' simple composition is just goons. Goons are very good. Easy to mass. For Terran, something like Goliaths and tanks are pretty good. So I have a Protoss, so we're going to be doing the Hydra style again with a lot of economy. Again, just going to be making a spawning pool after Overlord. Let's go Scout, because it's a 4-player map. Gonna right click that probe. See a Nexus.
Require more minerals.
So again, always make 6 lanes. And then after that, we see because he's expanded, we're gonna go into drones. I like the name Budget Bird. I thought it gives a pretty good description of what this is gonna be. Go ahead and make a sunken. Uh-oh. That's not good. Something bad happens, just calm down, stop droning, and make nothing but lanes until the emergency is for sure over.
Our forces are under attack. Require more minerals.
So we're hitting some harder opponents, which are sending their zealots towards us. But we do have to be a little bit more careful about where our Zerglings are going. You saw early game, they chased the probe and weren't able to get the kill. And because they were away from the base chasing the probe, he moved in with those zealots and was able to do damage, right? But now we feel protected. We have this sunken, so yeah, we're just gonna roll with it.
Require more minerals. Require more minerals. Require more minerals.
Get our Hydra now.
Require more minerals. forces are under attack.
Okay, so he has a Dragoon out to kill the Overlord as well. We're going to be making some Hydras here. We haven't been able to fully drone. That's okay. Sometimes we need to cut our drones in order to get up the Hydras that we need in case of Corsair. That does mean we want to get back into making drones. When we can. So we see he has a lot of Dragoons and a lot of Zealots. We're going to need to make Lings against this to defend. And we're going to need to make Sunken Colonies as well. Since we're adding a lot of Sunken Colonies, we also want to be still droning. Move these Overlords out of the way.
All forces are under attack.
So, we have to be careful with our rallies here, because he is blocking it. That's okay, you just change your rallies over. And we're going to... Looks like we have everything done, but let's build up a little bit more Hydras. Okay, so that looks good. Let's start sending them in.
Forces are under attack.
Send an Overlord with our army.
forces are under attack. More overlords.
Let's change our rally.
Our forces are under attack.
Notice we're focusing on changing our rally and doing this stuff over any micro that we have to do against this army. That's because it's far more important to keep up our production. Ideally, we'd like to do both, but if it's a choice between them, then always choose to keep up your production.
Our forces are under attack.
So let's keep up our upgrades. Going to expand again. And really, yeah, that's going to be it. You don't need to do a ton of fancy micro or anything like that. Still in D. They can harass you early, and that might be difficult to deal with. But again, as long as you maintain your sunkens and you still get up a good drone count like this, eventually, just being able to drag select your macro like this. That's going to be a huge advantage for Zerg in this rank. Zerg's macro, if they're able to get this out, is the easiest in the game. So that's really what you want to try to get. Yeah, and always move overlords out of the way of your army. The third finish, so we're going to make a round of drones.
Forces are under attack.
Yeah, that's basically it. Really, don't need to do all that much. Yeah, I would say at about C, this has more trouble. At C, people do put on a lot more pressure, and it becomes more difficult even on 2 bases to just freely drone up like this. But if an opponent allows it, which generally they do, in F and E, then you should do it. Because this is, I mean, look how easy this is. You just drag select your macro.
Forces are under attack.
And you can see he wanted to play a very complicated game by taking a bunch of expansions, and so that's why he's still in the game here. But playing super simply and just slowly expanding seems to be, at least this game is any indication, far stronger. Right? You just simplify it as much as you can, and this is really complicated. You don't want to do this. It's, playing like this, yeah, I don't know about that.
Our forces are under attack.
It's probably not good. This rank anyway. But the game will continue, so I'll just continue on with what we're going to be doing. As you see how the minerals are getting high, well, let's add on a second depot, a Queen's Nest, and again, let's continue adding hatcheries. That's going to be the main thing with the style of play.
Forces are under attack. Our forces are under attack. Our forces are under attack.
Yeah, okay. But yeah, if it kept on playing, again, it's the same idea as we would just start, we would just continue to drag select, and as I finish it, we would get the +3, +2. But yeah, we're not going to change our style again. The only difference is that we need to expand to new patches, but the basic concept of just to mass the Hydras, keep it simple. You don't need to like do Hydra Lurker, Ling Defiler, or anything crazy. Wonder if the number of people you encourage to play exceeds those who will finish with it after seeing how much APM was used to beat them. Yeah. How come they, whenever I think about doing like F-to-S rank, it is a little bit scummy, because I think, I really don't like smurfing. I think it's so dumb when people smurf. And so I had to really think through whether this would qualify as smurfing, because otherwise I wouldn't want to do it. Because it is demoralizing when people smurf, and honestly, it's just like a huge like ego trip to like people who are mediocre at best are the ones who generally smurf. I hope that it'll encourage more players than discourage, but we'll try it. We'll try it, and if I don't think it does, you know, it's okay to try and fail, as long as you don't do it again. But yeah, you see, he had 4 bases there, right? But when you look at Minerals Mine, he has far less minerals. So part of that is just he didn't make workers. If you can't handle losing this year, probably isn't the best game for you. Yeah. In team games, it helps because there's like some natural, like, I call it ego cope, where it's just like, I didn't, my team lost. Then when you win, it's just like, no, my team didn't win, I won. So there's some kind of like built-in ego shielding with team games. With single-player games, there's pretty much all we have is like balance whining. You're like, well, it's not that I lost, it's just the matchup is is info, or the map is info, but it's not as strong, you know. There's that like voice in the back of your head that's saying like, "Do you really believe that? Do you really believe it's a balance issue, or maybe you just not that good." Remember when I started playing an ICUP in 2016? Lost 25 games in a row. Yeah, it sounds like ICUP. I haven't heard of Artosis. No, honestly, Artosis kind of puts on an act. He isn't actually like that. That's just, do you guys, maybe only Americans, maybe not. Do you guys know WWE? Like, I love WWE, like wrestling. I don't watch it anymore, but like as a kid, I loved that show. It was so cool. And where I'm going with this is Artosis is like the WWE of StarCraft. Okay, he knows it's an act, right? And I think a decent number of viewers like kind of know that that's WWE going on. But some are like, wow, is he really ragey like that? Those are the same people who like turn on WWE Raw and like see John Cena and Umaga step out and are like, dang, I didn't know people are like that. Wow, thinking the whole thing is like legit. He does it too much for it to be 100%. Well, yeah, of course. You know, I'm not saying like there isn't like a small part of him that's actually like that, but I'm just saying like a lot of it is just done up, right, for the content. And it's fun. Like the stream is fun because of it. So I'm not saying like it's a bad thing. It's really fun. It's really fun to see. But no, if you actually talk to him, he's pretty chill about the game. So we're versus Protoss, so we just do the same thing. We make a pool after Overlord, and we're gonna be making 6 lanes as always. Am I intentionally mouse clicking to demonstrate? Yeah, this is F to S rank. So right now we're playing F and E players, and so I want to demonstrate kind of my thoughts on the easiest way to rank up at each rank and kind of what you want to learn at each rank. Primarily on F and E, it's just about getting up your macro and getting up your drones and your hatcheries. So we see here that all these zealots are coming, and so that's why we make 6 Zerglings in wait. So again, let's always protect ourselves entirely and really respect the threat until it's completely gone. That's why we're making a lot of lings and we're making a sunken, doing all of that. You don't really need to over micro, just make sure all the units are attacking that are there. And now we have a sunken up and it looks like our lings are doing well, so we can go back into making drones. You can watch the fight, but again, you really don't need to over micro. What matters more is that he didn't make drones before seeing that he was massing zealots. As long as you didn't do that, you know, you'll have a lot of Zerglings out, it'll be fine. More important just to focus on
Our forces
making
are
your
under
workers at this point. We'll leave these Zerglings back at home. He still has a lot of zealots, so let's let's respect that and keep on adding creep colonies. Once you defend the initial ones, you really want to be making more creep colonies and drones rather than lings. Also add in our gas. Okay, we see a lot of zealots, so just keep on adding creep colonies. Creep colonies and drones. Okay, so we see on the mini-map the zealots are running across. Let's make Zerglings here. And let's continue adding creep colonies, right? So if you need early defenses, Zerglings are better than Hydras. Hydras are our ultimate goal here. Seems like we're fine. Go back into drones.
Require more minerals. Require more minerals. Require more
Here we get supply block. Make sure to make lots of overlords. And here we're, fully droned up, looks like. Yeah, you have, seems like a good amount of drones. So we're going to be going into Hydras here.
Require more minerals. Require more minerals. Evolution complete.
This sunken colony will cause us problems because a rally. We want units to be able to walk straight through here. And again, just box select macro. It's the easiest thing you can do.
Require more minerals.
And once our range finishes, along with our overlay speed, we're just going to be sending our units out. Simple as that.
Evolution complete. Evolution complete. Our forces are under attack. Evolution complete. Our forces are under attack. Our forces are under attack.
That's it. That's all I need to do, right?
Our forces are under attack.
Yep. GG. You can kill a D player like this, I'm shocked. No, it's like this every game. That's the only strategy I've been doing. It's surprisingly strong because the problem D and E and F players have... Well, I guess I haven't played a D player with this, but it should work. They might survive like the first wave, but you know, they just overcomplicate things a lot of times. Like they'll have like a ton of different like unit types, and you know, they'll be teching a lot of different paths. They'll be having like expansions all over the place, and it's I mean, it's not bad to do that, right? But it's just more difficult, and you want to stay away from difficult things. Generally, you want to focus on fundamentals if your rank is low. The difficult things should be done after you have really solid fundamentals. Okay, awesome. So we're up to 54 MMR per win with the E rank. Yep. APM, it helps you be more flexible with the number of styles that you can play. But there are some styles which APM doesn't reward you. And if you stick to those styles, then you just be as good. Like a 100 APM player will be as good as a 300 APM player at cannon rushing, let's say, as an example. That's the main advantage and disadvantage of low APM. Low APM, they're just more restricted in the builds and styles that they can play. But as long as they're playing those styles, it's fine. I think a really good example of that is Quirk, right? He's like that to like the nth degree. You know, the guy, you know, obviously has like really low APM, but P62 styles which don't require a lot of APM. And so if you do that, then that's fine. Yeah, attention and action prioritization, yes. Very much so. Early game, all you want to prioritize is just making sure to build your Overlord at the right time and sending one drone per mineral patch. And of course, as always, we build our pool after our Overlord. Going to send a scout out versus Terran because we want to see whether they take their gas. If they take their gas, they're going to be going into factories, and we'll need to go into Hydras if they do that. Otherwise, if it's bio, then yeah, we'll just want to get into Ultralisks. As always, you're just going to be making 6 Zerglings. Okay, we see he has 2 barracks. He doesn't have a gas. That's fine. You can try and save this turn if you want, but you don't really need to prioritize it. So this looks like a normal bio. An Overlord here. We have our 6lings out. Let's go ahead and send them over. Now, when they're on one base like this with bio, you want to be very careful. You still want to get out your hatchers, but you will need to make sunken colonies, so just be aware of that. Let's try attacking with the links, see what happens. Okay, so we see he has a lot of Marines there already. So let's go ahead and make a creep colony. And we're going to
Our forces are under attack.
transition into... Ooh, okay. He's pulling SCVs, and this is also why we want Sunkens. Sunkens are the best defensive structure in the game, so you know it's pretty wise to build them as you need them. If they're pulling workers, then you really want to make a lot of Sunkens. 4 should be good here, but if you're more worried, you can add on even more. Generally, though, if you mass Sunkens, you want to go behind them. Overlord is out here, shouldn't be. Yeah, it's gonna kill the Overlord. It's annoying, but that's fine.
We require more minerals.
So we can see players are a little bit more aggressive now. You know, they're playing with more pressure than they were previously at F rank. But your general game plan still won't change in E rank. The game plan is still going to be get up your economy, get it up on 2 bases, lots of drones, lots of hatcheries. The only difference is that you may need to make more sunkens in order to defend. That's all. Just kill him with Hydra? Yeah, you can. It's just, playing Alter tends to be more consistent versus Bio. That's all. But yes, going Hydra at F rank is also fine versus Terran. Probably at E rank too, but yeah, I'm gonna stick with planes though. So let's continue adding on Sunkens. It's been a while, so... Oh, and we see now he has medics. Oh, okay. Again, you really don't want to skimp on your creep colonies. Going to be getting Carapace upgrade, and we're going to be getting the melee upgrade. And again, let's add another hatchery. Let's change our rallies. And high. And now we have a good amount of drones. We have a good amount of hatcheries. Let's start massing out our units.
Require more minerals. Complete. Require more minerals. Forces are under attack. Our forces are under attack.
Okay.
Our forces are under attack.
Look like he has a tank, so let's redo our rallies.
Our forces are under attack.
But should be fine. Even if this didn't get through, you know, we would have enough Zergling's mass to clear this out by the time he made it through the summons. And if you need more time, you can always add more summons. It's not a huge issue. In general, as Zerg, you want to wait till the last possible moment to fight a balled up army like this. And so you want to wait till they clear out all of your sunkens.
Evolution require more minerals. We require more minerals. We require more minerals. The hive cluster is under attack.
Yeah. And it's fine to let these die, you know? So these sunkens are what allow us to have so many units, right? So it's not like they're dying for free. We took these for a reason, and they served their purpose. And they're not all that useful anymore. So it's not like it's that bad of a thing to let them die. So again, same thing. You build them 12 at a time, and you see by the time they break your sunkens, you already have lots of stuff to send them, you know? Right? Like, it could have been held with just Zerglings, but just to show you that there's also Ultras. Oh, did I see him nuke the defenses? No. I don't want that at all. But I'm going to be playing this basic style as a concept just to show you guys that it is actually very consistent at F and E ranks, this way of playing. Like, it's not a gimmick. It really isn't. At F and E rank, you can play the style where you just make drones, make hatcheries, make sunkens into master certain unit, and very, very consistently win your games. And that's just because players at that rank, they're doing too much, and they should be focusing on fundamentals. And all of this build is just really like foundation level fundamentals. Like, the most basic you can get is make worker, make production, make defenses for your workers in production, overrun enemy. Like, at a super like basic level, that is how all RTSs work. That's like the very first kind of concept. So really, that's what should be focused on when you're starting out. We need another good player counter smurfing Hawk. No way, dude. What rank to start Mutalisks? I think around A rank. Mutalisks take a very long time to learn. Well, you might be able to learn them more quickly now, but some amount of it is just you have to use it in a lot of games to kind of... There's a lot of like little stuff that I'm sure players don't even realize about mutas, and they just kind of learn it through using them. But yeah, they just take a long time to learn. And if you don't know how to micro them correctly, they're pretty bad. So start early? Yeah. Yeah, some part of me wants to say, you know, if your goal is to hit like the top of the top, then you really should focus on like Zergling control, Muta control. Once you hit like the URA rank, more so than other stuff, because those are actually one of the harder things in the game. He knows probably, yeah, maybe. Okay, so we're starting to hit some E rank players. That's good.
Require more minerals.
It's actually surprising how few Zergs I'm seeing. I don't think I've matched up against a single Zerg so far. And maybe... I did play a ZVZ, but that person was random. So it's surprising to see it's all Terran and Protoss coming here. Can't wait for the Mutalist lesson. I've got a video on it if you just want to look at the YouTube. I need to make an updated one too, because the video wasn't so good, but the info is there at least. Again, just make your pool after the Overlord. Keep it simple.
Require more minerals.
Send your Overlord to your natural.
We require more minerals.
Send out a scout when you can. You want to do it a little bit earlier versus Terran, just because you hopefully want to get up your scout before they ever marine to chase it away. If you're wondering when to send out your drone to make a hatchery, earlier is always better than later, so just send it out early. It doesn't really hurt you to send out your drone to make a hatchery early. It does hurt you when you send it out late. Okay, so same thing. I haven't scouted him yet, so I need to just wait and hold off on making anything with these larvae. Okay, and we see that he has a command center. So let's just go back here, and we're going to make drones here. And let's send these lings to attack. Comparatively speaking, Zerg macro is real easy at low ranks as opposed to Terran or Protoss. Yeah, they have both the hardest and easiest macro. Yeah, it's weird. As you go up in ranks, Zerg macro becomes pretty tricky.
Our forces are under attack.
But there's some tricks with Zerg macro, like, you know, making a bunch of hatcheries next to each other and drag selected, which does make it very easy. What a lot of players run into as an issue with Zerg macro is that their production is worse than the other races. And, you know, drones die when you make a building. So you'll often see in like B and C rank that Zergs will have like in the late game 3 or 5 drones on minerals in their main. That's really common to see. And the reason that you see that is because they have like 9 or 12 drones mining at some point, but every time they have to make a Spire, a Hydra Den, an Ultras Den, a Compiler's Mound, a Nidus Canal, a Sunken Colony, that's like -1 drone each time. And so later on in the game, they look back and like, what the hell happened to all my drones? So it can be tricky to get the hang of Zerg macro. The best way to avoid that for newer players is just to stick with this style and make a ton of workers, so that even if these workers make a tech building, you know, you're still going to be fine on workers mining.
We require more minerals.
I do need to see whether he's sticking with bio. So let's send out the Zergling just to make sure. Because he just built a bunker, so it's possible he could be going mech. So let's confirm that he is indeed going bio. Again, rallies are very important, so always make sure to update them. They save you a ton of multitasking. Okay, that's pretty good confirmation that he's going bio. Let's add more sunken colonies. We're probably good on drones, actually. Added just a few more because of these sunkens that we're going to add. Should be fine. Okay. Now we get to where Zerg does have an advantage at the lower ends. Is if you set it up like this, you can make, like we did there, 24 lanes at a time. That's how Zerg 2 base with 6 hatcheries that think he's mineral hacking. Well, I'll have you know, this is 5 hatcheries. And, you know, if you think about it, hatchery doesn't cost all that much. It just costs 300 minerals. And so, if your opponent gives you the time to set all this up, then it's really strong. Where this fails and why you don't see players at higher levels doing it is players put on a lot more pressure. And so, you know, they'll punish you for investing 300 minerals for each of these hatcheries. At this rank, they generally won't, and you can, you know, pretty much be safe around these sunken colonies that we have for defense. As you get up the rank, you'll have other threats like drops that might come in, Corsairs, you know, siege pushes, or even just them taking a quick third base, something like that. Let's get our adrenal plant. And let's send out 12 lings, just again for scouting. We can hide some lings as well for counterattacks. We're gonna make our initial ultralisks. Okay. Looks like he has all of his Marines over there. Those players playing more defensive, which is good. That means that our counterattacks won't work as easily as they did the other players. We see that as we go up the ranks, players are becoming more defensive, not more aggressive. This player was far less aggressive than a lot of the F players we're playing against. And we see he even built a bunker. He has like a nice little wall set up here. And that's because, as far as I can tell, he's focusing on the fundamentals. You know, he clearly has a lot of barracks back here. Probably has a decent SCV count as well. So it's just that's something I wanted to point out there. Is that as you go up in rank, for the time being, you'll see less aggression, not more. That'll reverse at some point, where as you get, I don't know what rank exactly, but at some point you'll start seeing more aggression than defensive play. But at least in the super low ranks, defensiveness is quite heavily favored. Okay, so we're going to get our Ultralisk speed upgrade.
Require more Vespene gas.
You're gonna send your Ultras first. And then we're going to send our Lings afterwards.
Our forces are under attack.
Not watching the fight too much. We'd rather just make sure we're sending all of our army.
Our forces are under attack.
The follow-up, you know, you can make a round of drones, saturate this one, and so on. Yeah, just keep it simple. Goliath build is Terran is really strong with sub 100 APM. Yes. Yeah, Goliath. What you want is like a single masterful unit at F and E rank, for sure. And also, hey, Shoelace, thanks for the sub. Really appreciate it. But yeah, like a single massable unit is very strong because it's simple and it's easy to work with. All your units are the same, right? What MMR was this T? I think like, was he like 1300, 1400, something like that? Yep. Yeah, once players start to pressure you a bit more, it becomes more difficult to get away with making like 45 drones on 2 bases and like 5-6 hatcheries. But until then, it is quite a strong way to play. It isn't too difficult. Yeah, it's a real Mondragon. He went from being one of the best foreigners to hard stuff rank. Yeah, I miss Mondragon. He was one of my favorite players to watch. I think he'd probably struggle in today's meta, but I'd love to have him back as a player. It'd be so cool. Same strat. Yeah, I'm just this is versus random, but the strategy works with any race. It's I think until we're out of E, I probably won't switch it up into something else. I'm more just trying to show just how consistent this style is. That there really isn't a game where it's all that close at E or F. Just by doing this same build. You can do it every matchup. The only thing that changes is, you know, the units you mass, but conceptually it's the same. Oh, he's Zerg, okay. Again, we're gonna make 6 links. Versus Zerg, we always want to mass Zerglings or Hydras at early ranks. So we're going to wait after 6 lings are done. And so we see he's making drones, so we're going to send these lings. We're going to make another hatchery. And we're going to make drones. Let's also get our gas, since EBC you need to get your gas a little bit earlier than the other ones, because you want Zergling speed. And you really don't need to over micro, so this player is going to micro quite a lot. We see here with minimal micro, I'm still getting significant numbers of drone kills. So yeah, you really don't need to over micro. More you just want to watch the fight, see that he has more lings than you now, and so you should build a crit colony for defense.
Require more minerals. Require more minerals.
We see he's making a lot of lings. Okay.
Require more minerals. Require more minerals.
Yeah, this strat will work until about D or C, probably around C. D probably runs into trouble where you lose a game here and there to someone who puts on early pressure. C, players are gonna be more consistently pressuring you, and so you'll have a harder time with it, but you may win some here and there.
Require more minerals. Require more minerals.
Okay, so we got our Overlord speed. Let's go ahead and send out the Zerglings to attack. Again, less is more a lot of the time, so you don't need to follow that extreme. And yeah, watch the fight to see if you need to make more lings for defense. This fails. Looks like we should be fine though. Yeah, at C and B rank, you do see some players that have solid micro with some units. Usually, they're like they have really good micro with like one unit, and then their micro with other units are kind of weird and bad. But yeah, you do see from time to time players at that rank starting to have more and more solid control. Dragon needs to watch these mods, yeah, maybe. Yeah, players get better at different parts, so that's a good point. It's not like you can practice like control, quote unquote, right? You practice control by learning like one unit at a time. And so in B and C rank, that's why, from what I see anyway, you'll have players that have like really good zealot control, and then you look at their goons and you're like, what the fuck are they doing? Or their storms like with like crazy. And that's normal, right? It's not like you can just practice all of that at once. You need to learn it unit by unit. So again, Overlord, we're gonna build a pool. Gonna send this Overlord to our natural expansion. Just sit there. On 4-player maps, we're going to send out a scout, see what they're up to. And this will help us let us know if we need to make flings early or not. It's such a relaxing game, yeah, okay. It seems it looks like he has a forge, okay. Let's make our 6 lings, always make 6.
We require more minerals.
For now, let's just watch what he does. I think we could kill him, but let's not do that. Newer players may not know, or may not react fast enough. But that cannon timing, Zerg would be able to kill. Just play on though. We're going to be adding hatchers because he's expanded.
Our forces are under attack.
I see a zealot has been made, so let's make a creep colony for defense. Let's get our gas. I'm adding sunkens for defense. Gonna go for a Hydra Den and our Evo, like always.
Our forces are under attack.
Okay, and we see the Corsair, so let's make some Hydras.
We require more minerals. We require more minerals. forces are under attack.
You'll come back to it doing exactly this? Yeah, you should. Yeah, a lot of people get the impression that like Brood War is an extreme game. Yeah, not really, especially if you played StarCraft 2. You know, Brood War is actually quite a bit slower than StarCraft 2 in a lot of ways. Certainly the pacing of the game is a lot slower. It gets kind of like a weird reputation that it's like insanely fast-paced. And that's kind of true, but not always. At least the pacing of the game, like, you know, this is 8 minutes in, we're finally getting army out. It is quite slow a lot of the time. Because he has a lot of dragoons.
Require more minerals. Evolution complete.
Okay, so we have all of our upgrades. Let's go ahead and send out the first squad. Again, you know, let's send out a drone. And, oh, whoa, that's a lot of units. Okay. That's not going to work very well. Wow, alright. So we're starting to hit players that have more solid macro. You can see there, they handily fight it off, which means that they have been making quite a lot of probes and gateways. It's going to be a bit tougher, but again, it's not like he can kill us. We did have these Sunkens here. And so we're just going to continue the game, continue our game plan.
Require more minerals. 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 Require more minerals.
It seems he might try and push us, which is fine. Just keep up your production. Oops.
Require more minerals. Require more minerals. Require more minerals. forces are under attack.
And so we see he did defend when he had just one unit type, which was Dragoons. But as he started adding in more and more unit types, like now he has like Sayer, Templar, Dragoon, Zealot, it becomes more and more difficult for him to properly control those units. And that's why I won that fight. His army should have beaten my army,
Our forces are under attack.
but his army was far more difficult to properly control. And that's a really big factor in the lower ranks. And so, yeah, I think he was doing well and then overcomplicated it. So, you know, just keep at it, keep up your macro, keep on adding hatcheries, keep on expanding. I don't know which hatchery is rallying them over there, so make sure to fix your rallies.
Our forces are under attack. Our forces are under attack.
Okay, so I think here we do need to add in a little bit more control. We've got players who are getting pretty good, they're getting better here. And so we will need to start retreating when our army dies in order to win this one. And as players get better, we will need to start adding in different unit types. If we want to win this one, we need to continue attacking, and we want to go into lurkers. Otherwise, we're going to have a very difficult time.
Evolution complete. Evolution complete. Our forces are under attack. Our forces are under attack.
Yeah, so as players get better, you do need to add in more unit types. The whole Hydra mass no micro doesn't really work all that well. And this player is getting better. You can see he's using multiple unit types, you know, decently well. Like he's storming with Dragoon Zealot, Templar. And so once you reach that point, this very, very simple style needs to improve into mixing in a few other types of units. But we can still follow the general guidelines of make a lot of drones, have a lot of hatcheries, all of that. That still doesn't change.
Forces are under attack. Our forces are under attack.
We get to play faster at this point, but they should defend still. And again, you know, you have to ask yourself, well, do you deserve to win, right? With that style we were doing, where you're only making one unit and massing it, if the other player can actually, but this person can, reasonably micro more than one type of unit without messing up on their macro too badly, well, means that you should probably lose, right? The player that can do more and correctly micro different unit types should probably win. Certainly deserves to win more. And so eventually you'll get to ranks where players can do that, and you'll need to add in different unit types as well, like we're doing here.
Evolution complete. Evolution complete. Spawn more overlords.
Also, macro does become more difficult in games like this for Zerg because, you know, there are patchers all over the place, and you need to fix the rallies on them all, and you're no longer just macroing from these hatcheries. But once you play players that are this good, you need to run away with your army more often. You don't need to do anything crazy in terms of control, but you certainly need to run away from bigger armies like that. So, general game plan is the same. You need to also move your army.
Our forces are under attack. Our forces are under attack. Our forces are under attack.
But still, the winner isn't going to be who micros more. At this level, it's still going to be who is able to keep up their production macro for longer, like these raw there. This is mostly not a micro fight with the battles. It's mostly just me making sure that I don't miss any production. And it seems like the Protoss is doing the same. So anyway, let's go and attack.
Our forces are under attack.
It feels like every time I attack, he just has such a huge army.
Our forces are under attack. Our forces are under attack.
You can watch the fight if you want, but more important is just to keep up with your production.
Our forces are under attack. 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 We have more minerals. Our forces are under attack. Our forces are under attack.
As you get higher up, you'll need to also attack more than just their natural. So you'll need to start taking out expansions that you find and so on.
Our forces are under attack. 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 The hive cluster is under attack. Our forces are under attack. We require more vessels.
And so you'll also need to start employing counterattacks more and more.
Our forces are under attack.
So he's attacking my expansions, and so I can counterattack to his bases.
Our forces are under attack. 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 Our forces are under attack.
Yeah, so yeah, the player wasn't too bad. At about that level, you know, the whole like mass nothing but Hydras probably would struggle, like we saw there. You do need to mix in some more units, but the original idea of making lots of drones and hatcheries still applies. So I think what we'll do for the games now is we'll still stick with get our drones, get our hatcheries up. But as players get better and they use like Storm and Zealot Dragoon Storm, something like that, you do need to mix in like lurkers, links, all of those. You can't just be massing only Hydra. At least probably above like the rank. Yeah, this was a solid play. He had a pretty good macro, like you can see. Has decent gate count, has decent pro count. And you can see Protoss can do the same thing. So this is actually a very similar style to what I'm doing. You see how he's just making nothing but probes and gateways on 2 bases? I would actually suggest making like 5 more gateways than what he has. But it's a very similar concept, right? He's purely just very cannons, lots of probes, and just powering mostly Dragoons. So very solid. Yeah, just seeing the yeah, maybe. So we're getting near D rank, so it'll be a little bit more difficult a game. So we gotta start mixing in our unit types. We can't just mask the same unit. Okay, I'll be right back, and then we'll keep going. Almost at D. Okay. What rank are we at now? We are at E rank, almost at D rank. Score smarts. No, so basically there's oil on your fingers, and so wherever you leave your fingers, if you don't clean your keyboard, you're going to get basically like accumulation of the oil that's on it. What this really shows is that I'm a StarCraft player, because I always have my fingers on like shift, control, like all these keys, and then these keys that aren't used in StarCraft, pretty much nothing. It also shows that I don't clean my keyboard, which I should do at some point, but I'm not going to be peer pressured into it. I'm going to clean my keyboard because I want to, not because chat tells me to. You should listen to random people in the chat more often.
We require more minerals.
Look, they might be right that that this should get cleaned, but I just can't bring myself to admit that I'm doing it because someone told me to.
We require more minerals.
So I gotta think of a way so that I can convince myself that I'm doing it, not because of chat. And not because someone said it should. It just feels like you've lost a battle. You accept that someone might have been right about something, you know? You gotta make sure that doesn't happen. Alright, so Overlord. Do a spawning pool. So I think versus Terran, we should start mixing in workers as well. Overpool versus 12 hatch. 12 hatch should win. We see no gas. Okay. Send our lings over to his base. And go into drones. Yeah, and at this level, you do need to start retreating whenever you have a smaller army. You can't just let the units die. But overall, you don't need a ton of micro stealth. Overall, it's still going to be very minimal. You can still rely on sunkens to a large degree. You still want to be making lots and lots of drones. So very similar once you get to this rank, except you need to mix in a little bit more unit types. So in this case, we're mixing in our lurkers.
Our forces are under attack.
That's why we want lurkers, is because players will start to pressure more as we go up in the ranks. And lurkers are much nicer to have than just massing somethings. So, like you saw there, he tried to break. Okay. So you do need to be careful against these types of players.
Our forces are under attack.
But overall, you know, somewhat similar. It's just you need to add in something like this to protect yourself.
Evolution complete. Our forces are under attack. Our forces are under attack. Our forces are under attack.
Again, players at this level, you do need to scout a lot more.
Our forces are under attack. Our forces are under attack. We require more Vespene gas.
Overall game plan remains the same.
We require more minerals.
Okay. Again, you don't need to over micro, you just send in ultras first, and then
Forces are under
the
attack.
lanes. something as simple as that will do.
Forces are under attack. Our forces are under attack.
Don't want to be relying a lot on counterattacks here.
Our forces are under attack. Speed gas. We require more minerals.
Now we saw it and put that on the map. So again, micro isn't as important at this level as it is just army movement. So, you know, just being able to be out on the map to counterattack like this and do damage where you can is pretty important. You see how we used to have like a ton of drones in the main? Well, that's why we make them with this style, is because now we don't need to worry about re-droning. Like, just by the fact that we've built all these buildings, you know, we've cut our drones down quite a lot in our main. Okay. We do need to quarantine the infected ultras.
Forces are under attack.
Just wanted to point out again, because it's good to point out, that as we're going up in rank, players are playing more defensively, not more aggressively. Yeah, and ultras first. Chagura's kind of fucked up their AI, but again, fights are still going to be mostly a numbers game, so even if they kind of take a weird path like that, it'll be fine.
Our forces are under attack.
A lot of Zerg players have trouble when it comes to dealing with like vultures once they go into this ultra style. Suggestion I would give is that what you really want is a ton of hatcheries to make lings. Kind of what beats out lots and lots of vultures. And again, keep it simple. You know, you can drone up from here.
Forces are under attack.
Yeah, you see that? Just a lot of lings cause these vultures a lot of trouble. When it's just ultras, it's okay, but vultures deal with just ultras alone far more easily, unless you micro them like that. That'll be my suggestion. Is, make sure you have enough hatcheries to make a lot of lings. And of course make sunken.
Our forces are under attack. Our forces are under attack.
You want to be careful when Terran starts trying to make like the god army like that. He'll give you a lot of time, so it feels comfy, but you need to kill Terran by doing this.
Our forces are under attack. Forces are under attack. The high cluster is under attack. Our forces are under attack. Our forces are under attack. Our forces are under attack. Forces are under attack. vortex beam gas. Our forces are under attack. 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 We require
Yeah, just keep on sending. Terran has a really hard time dealing with this. Yeah, they may have the God Army, but God Army is not exactly mobile.
Our forces are under attack.
And if you can keep it moving around, that means you can't be sieging. It's pretty good.
Our forces are under attack.
You really don't need to be doing like amazing trades versus this, just because you'll have a bigger economy than Terran. So long as you're trading, decently, it'll be fine. It may look scary because every time you fight something, they just kill it, but it's really not that bad. And eventually, they'll push one of your expansions like this. They'll kind of get frustrated, but doing so is actually really bad with this style for Terran because then they're just giving up all of their expansions.
The hive cluster is under attack.
And Zerg is far more spread out than Terran.
Our forces are under attack.
So, if they try and base race you like this, it's just not usually a good idea.
Our forces are under attack.
You can see he's coming home now.
Our forces are under attack.
And you just have to keep in mind that while this is happening, I'm mining, he's not, so it's fine.
Our forces are under attack. Our forces are under attack.
And take decent trades where you can. You may want to pull back on trades like that. It's so good, but where there is decent trades to take, you should take it.
Our forces are under attack. The hive cluster is under attack. Our forces are under attack.
And eventually, if they push and get frustrated, you don't want to grind out the game, you'll get to a situation like this where, you're mining, you're not, so eventually, right? You just ball up your army.
The hive cluster is under attack. Require more flexibility.
Even worse is that these three lurkers from before, they don't have a comm set. So, What's funny about this is that you actually can't push this because of these characters. It's not intentional, but that's just how it happens. You know, eventually once you clear out his base, you can start pushing him. Or start actually gathering up to fight this. It may look bad, but you know, in reality, there's almost no win condition for Terran here. We could grind it out more if we want to, but just to save time, we're just going to attack into this.
Our forces are under attack. Forces are under attack. The hive cluster is under attack.
But their army eventually dies. It's not unbeatable. Cool. Alright. These players are getting pretty good. Yeah, it happens. Especially when you're on a win streak. What do you say? I have no idea. We can try and translate it, but... it's probably not something nice, so... Alright, let's mix it up a little. I think we're getting to the ranks where we can start to throw in a few more strategies here and there. Plus, I'm getting tired of playing that playstyle. Yeah, I think I've shown that it's obviously consistent. It's obviously pretty easy to play. We don't need to play any more long games like that though. And as you get to DNC, you know, players will generally have like somewhat solid macro. They'll generally be defensive and all of that. But they'll struggle against just, you know, basic pressure, like 9 pool and stuff. So let's start transferring over to 9 pool games. We can still do it mouse only, I believe. So 9 pool is simply the pool before an overlord.
Forces are under attack.
And at around this rank, I think it's a good idea to pressure people more. People aren't going to allow you to mass hatcheries and drones. Like we see this guy, he's clearly rushing a core and can have stairs out very quickly. It has decent enough zealot micro, but it's still a good idea. You do need to micro a little bit for this level, but we see. What is this? This is weird. You need to start reacting to people because, you know, obviously this is like one base tech. We see a Doom being added. So you can't just simply let them do whatever they want. You need to scout a lot more starting around B rank. At least that's what I've been seeing. We see a Dune, we see 2 gates. So, you know, he's obviously going heavy ground army. So once you get to here, you know, you still want to drone up as, you know, 1 drone per patch, but after that, it's nice to put on pressure versus players here. Like we did at the beginning of the game. It wasn't anything fancy, it was just a 9 pool. We didn't really micro all that much. But, little things like that will help a lot.
Require more minerals.
Players will start to do these like weird types of builds like that, so we need to be able to stop it. Yeah, and so this is why we don't want to over drone, is because, you know, players are going to pressure you a lot more. And so, you know, let's say we went with what we had been doing. Yeah, maybe Mass Sunken's covers this, maybe not, but you know, that's it's just risky, that's all. Because players at this rank do certainly hit timings more often, from what I've seen anyway. And so once they start hitting timings like this, you need to be more aggressive in order to guarantee a scout on what type of attack it'll be. Like we saw with the 9 pool, that allowed us to pretty much fully scout what they were up to. That's why we were able to, I wouldn't say easily defend, but yeah, it wasn't that difficult of a defense. The 2 Sunkens and Lings and all of that. Okay, almost D rank now. Oof, this is taking so long. Wow, I didn't think it would be this many games. Let's see. Ooh, we just hit above even win percentage. Right. Let's keep at it. But I think it'll pick up the pace now because, you know, we're hitting better players, so I think I can start playing a little bit faster, play more aggressively. I could have done that at the lower ranks, like F and E rank, but honestly, I feel like that passive style is so much stronger for F and E rank players. And so, even though it took a long time to do each game like that, I think that's definitely the way to go, is if you're hard stack F and E, just play that style. Okay, same thing. You know, again, at this rank, you don't really need to split your drones. Timing your pool correctly is not a huge deal. More so, again, it's just having 1 drone per patch. Sending your drones to the different patches anyway.
Require more minerals. Require more.
I think we'll probably start using the keyboard at around, my guess is you probably need it around C rank. It's when it becomes pretty difficult to play without it and beat the players. And that's also when you need to, at around C rank, really start hitting your shortcuts. You know, not clicking on things, but instead, you know, knowing the shortcut keys. For rally, it's R or right click and so on. Again, really minimal micro is needed at this rank. You shouldn't really be doing anything more than target firing. That's all you need to do is, for micro, this is the extent of it. Anything more and you're risking over microing. But just target firing is all you need to do micro-wise once you get to around here. So simply just watch the fight, target fire, and that should be enough. Am I getting banned for smurfing that account? I don't think so. I don't think Blizzard actually bans anyone unless they're hacking. I hope not anyway. It'd be pretty bad. Blizzard like IP bans me or some shit. All accounts in the future named Hawk, permaban. They tag all my hardware, none of my hard drives, my processor can connect to any Battle.net servers from now on. I should do a clean wipe. Change my name, change my social. Come back as a Protoss player named Eagle. From Ohio. Fake my death in a unfortunate explosion. Interesting. Interesting. And that's why we wait before we make units, right? If I had made all drones. Ooh. This is weird. And all you want to do is just target fire. That'll be enough. But yeah, you can start to see that players are really going for more timing attacks. So, you know, that's why being aggressive early is it's quite nice. Again, all you need to do micro-wise is just target things like that. You don't need to do much more. I don't know what you're saying. Okay.
Our forces are under attack.
Yeah, it doesn't take much still, even at D. You know, just a little bit of pressure and just some basic targeting. A lot of them will crumble. So, you know, it's a decent idea to do. Dude says he's quitting VW? Oh shit. Alright. Well, my bad, dude. Yeah, that does feel bad. Single player is actually pretty good practice if you make it good practice. So like all of the cheats means that you can get to like a game state really quickly that you want to practice. Also, like I use the campaign to learn F keys, like F2 through F4. Campaign is pretty good for stuff like that. It's underrated for sure in terms of like using it to practice. So in ZVZ, Ling Rushes are... They take a lot of micro, and so I'm going to avoid them. I don't think rushing is a good idea in ZVZ at this level, because with just one micro mistake, which is very easy to do, your rush ends and then you kind of get overrun. And so, at least in ZVZ, it's a good idea to play a little bit defensive in this matchup. And so something like Overlord, Pool, and then Expand is pretty good. The general game plan is still to mass Lings or mass Hydras. That hasn't changed. campaign is awfully easy. Yeah, I mean, it's not difficult. I'm just saying, like, you can use it to practice certain things. Like, campaign has a lot of expansions, and so F keys, you can learn to use the F keys to send workers to your expansions. And campaign also has a lot of like units that are sent to harass you, so
Require more minerals.
learn how to like drill your drones away, stuff like that. But if you're just playing the campaign to like beat the level, yeah, it's not good practice. You have to be like using it as a way to learn something new. You see he's going into lair, so we can be pretty relaxed. Fast lair. And again, same concept. Is want to be massing a lot of lings. Mutas are not so good at this rank. So he's going to be rushing Muta. We'll see how it goes for him. Holy shit, that mining. I haven't been messing with mining because I don't want to at this rank, but that's gonna bother me so badly. Did you see that drone? It was like, what the? Horrible. Oh, I missed an overlord. Which happens, but yeah, try not to let it happen too often. I missed an overlord, so my timing attack will probably have to wait. I can see it has lots of lanes there. Okay. Yeah, let's start sending these lanes over.
Our forces are under attack.
And Sunken really doesn't defend against Ling, like you can see here. Sunken helps, but you really need Lings of your own. Again, all you do if they are going into Muta is just build an Evo chamber for spores for defense. So you can see here, you know, this attack hits. You know, he only has one Muta. You just to play. All you would do is just make a creep colony, right? So this is just it's a far easier style to play than going into Muta like this. So that's why I would suggest at this rank in ZVZ. It's still just a mass lings. You know, all you need to do to defend they have a Muta out is just a spore, and you know their base is getting kind of like ravaged here. So, you ever build two Sunkens in ZVZ? Generally, no. And part of that is because you can't afford two Sunkens and to use up your larva on lings. And so if it's a choice between making lings to defend and making sunkens to defend, you always choose lings. The reason why someone makes one sunken is because often they make it because they've used up all of their larvae. And so it's not a choice between like sunkens or lings. It's just sunken or no sunken is the question at that point, once you don't have any larvae anymore. And if it's a choice between sunken or no sunken, then it makes sense. Alright, plus 51. We're almost there, I can feel it. If we keep on winning, keep on getting those plus 50s, it'll be done in no time. Especially when I hit C rank and I can start using my keyboard. Ooh, it's gonna be good. It's gonna go a lot faster. I'm getting tired, but I'll hang in there. That guy's hurting after that loss. Yeah, it's rough, right? Because people see like pros go Mutas in ZVZ. And they try to imitate that in their play, but going Muta only works if your micro and your production cycles, all those things are good enough such that you won't die to lings. And you know, for most players, lings are just going to be better. You know, if you try and get to Muta, you'll just die. And my advice is to practice with your lings till you get to a point where players actually can defend against them and get to Muta. Again, at this rank, we want to start pressuring people more. That gives us scouting, and we need scouting because people at this rank will start trying for timing attacks, like we saw in the last few games. We have a lot of one-base style. And we need to know what they're up to. Also, a lot of players aren't so good at dealing with just some very basic link micro, which is just, you know, targeting their units down. Ladder is global, so it doesn't really matter what server you're on. See? So all that was simply just right-clicking one unit at a time. And so it's nothing fancy micro. That's all it is. And it gives us a complete scout of what they're doing. So yeah, that's why I think 9 pulling is pretty strong at around C, maybe D. You don't need to do anything fancy. You just send it and just right-click their units one at a time. Yes. When I hit C, I'm not gonna like use F keys. I'm not going to do some stuff. So it's tough. I don't know if I want to like get muscle memory of some bad muscle memory. I don't know. Or it might make my play worse if I do that. We'll see. I'll think of something, but we'll make it like that I'm not getting like mechanic wins, right? Because I think that's the idea anyway. I'm not supposed to like turn it up to like 300 APM, micro 2 groups of mutas, shit like that. Yeah. And so again, you know, basic idea is you see how we have 1 drone per patch here. We have 1 drone per patch here. So we go back into reducing army to pressure them. Because again, really pressure is what we want. Let's make 1 more drone. Die. So, we have vision of this. Seems like he has a lot of Marines, so we'll wait for him to push out. We could go now, but that's fine.
Forces are under attack.
Again, all I'm doing is just target firing. I'm not doing anything like super crazy. I'm just looking at my army and I'm simply telling them what to attack, right?
forces are under attack.
That's actually pretty cool. I didn't even realize you could build a bunker out of range of polar bears. I don't think I've ever seen that one before. I'm pretty sure I could have moved my lurkers to kill it, but surprising to see. Around this rank, you need decent overlord spread. That's why we have our overlord spread, right? As drops are going to be a threat. A lot of your APM should be spent on sending them to the scout. And again, similar concept is you do still want to get out your production, except you have to play a little bit more safe about when you're adding your hatcheries and when you're adding your drones. You need to mix it in with basically pressure and building up army.
Spawn more overlords.
Yeah, and a lot of your APM wants to be spent on cutting out your overlord. Especially in an idle time like this.
We require more explosions. Our forces are under attack. Our forces are under attack.
Oh, is that really out of range?
Our forces are under attack. Evolution complete. Evolution complete. Evolution complete. Our forces are under attack.
Yeah, a lot of this is just going to be target firing. That's all it takes. It's just pretty simple target fire, you get kind of thing. You don't need to overdo it.
Our forces are under attack. Our forces are under attack.
And again, minimal amounts of micro is suggested here. Yeah, you really don't want to over micro. Don't really need to either. At this rank, you're still focusing most of your attention on your production rather than constantly looking at your. I mean, you want to look at fights in order to like target things down, right? But, gotta.
Forces are under attack. Infesting gas. Our forces are under attack. Our forces are under attack. Evolution.
Yeah, and just micros purely just targeting, right? Still at this level. So, you know, with just targeting, you won't be able to camp for quite a long time. So, boy, so.
Our forces are under attack. We require more infesting gas. Spawn.
While you're doing these attacks, you know, you should be continuing to expand, continuing to take gas expansions. You never want to turn a advantageous attack into an all-in. And the way you avoid that is to always have a little bit of eco production behind whatever attack you're doing. And usually that means taking some number of bases.
Our forces are under attack. Require more infesting gas.
Here, I'm dead. So let me show that you can throw off the quickly.
Forces are under attack. forces are under attack.
Okay.
Our forces are under
If they're gonna be like this, just make a Defiler's Den. I do not recommend actually going Defiler in many cases before maybe like A rank. But you know, if they're just gonna do this and sit, you have to make a Defiler. Well, you don't have to, but it ends the game sooner.
We require more Vespene gas.
Can't believe you would do this to me.
We require more Vespene gas.
Again, I really don't recommend making Defilers before like, you know, maybe B rank or A rank. But this is a special case, as you can see. I suppose as well you should check for hidden expansions. But I don't think there are any. That one's new. Yeah, so he just made that one. You can see by the minerals, this one's even fresh. So the reason why I don't recommend making Defilers is they just take a lot of APM needs, that's all.
Forces are under attack. Our forces are under attack. Our forces are under attack.
Okay. That was something. Only 10. Wow, okay. I really don't make this easy to rank out. Jeez. He was 1100? Hey. They should be matching me with a lot higher people. So I've won the last, was it 18 games? Like you'd think it would start matching me against way higher rated players. Just try and get me a loss. Oh man, he really turtled that one. But see, the point is during this rank, you wanna pressure people, and micro can be kept very, very simple. All it is just targeting one unit at a time. So that's really all you need to do. Don't try anything fancy. Less is more. Okay, be right back, and then we'll continue on. See if we can hit D. Alright. I think your uncertainty value is high because of the win streak. At high uncertainty, it increases the range of players, but doesn't favor one. Oh, that's weird. I think it would. How do you stop a Zerg who goes 8 or 10 lings versus the 8 expand and they just run up like a madman? So you know that they're droning up after the 8 or 10 lings, right? So why not just push? Right after you defend their 8 or 10 lings. Yeah, just go kill him, yep. No, but if you're having trouble pressuring them after they make 8 or 10 lings off of a 9 pool, you're probably taking too much damage from the 9 pool. My suggestion is if you see 9 pool, you want to pull probes. I know pros don't really pull that many probes, maybe like 2 versus 9 pool, but we're not pros. It's worth it to pull, maybe 3, 4, just enough so that there isn't any worry that lings will run into your main. And if you can manage that, if you can keep the Zerglings out of your main, then, soon enough you'll have 4 Zealots. They still have 8 or 10 lings. Maybe they've lost a few. And you just march across the map. And Zerg is caught with, not that many drones still. And are forced to make lings. Stuff. But I'm kind of reading into things. It's just an assumption that if you're struggling versus it, it's just probably taking too much damage from their initial attack. That's all.
Require more minerals.
Matchup is easy. ZVZ requires micro. Yeah, it does, but there are some builds which you don't need it. And so I'm going to show you the builds that you don't need all that much micro. Like I've been saying, ZVZ maybe before about B rank, you really don't want to go for Mutas or Spire. It's all about the Zerglings. And that's because it's very difficult to defend against mass lings. And also Spire and Muta is very costly, so when you go for it, you're just going to have less hatcheries, less drones, all of that kind of stuff. So you need to be pretty good with your defense and pretty good with your Muta follow-up in order to actually make Mutalisks work. So for us, at this rank, I would suggest just ignoring all of that. Instead, what we did was a basic, Overlord, then a pool, and we're going to go into 6 lings. It's all very normal. We've done this lots of different times already. take a base here with it. And we kind of get lucky, because we get to scout him first and see what he's doing. So this is hat first, which is fine. They're making a creep colony. So let's send out these Zerglings, see what damage we can do with them. Again, what we're going to do with these lings is just go in. We're going to just target drones one at a time. Make sure to turn on his lag switch. It's okay. And we see that with very minimal micro, we kill about 3 drones, so very much worth it. Looks like he made a... Yep, making drones. Alright, so we'll make drones as well.
We require more minerals.
Same thing, we're sticking with our plans and going to wings. It seems like he's very defensive though, so you know we do need to get up our drone count and get up our hatchery count in order to take advantage of this.
Our forces are under attack.
I see him going for Spire. That's okay. Again, I would very much suggest sticking away from Spire. We see them turtling like this really hard. You know, we have a lot of hatcheries. We will just go into Hydras. Simple as that. And this is what I mean by Ling is Muta is very difficult to play. You really shouldn't play it before. Maybe like high C, B rank, something like that. And the reason is going to be shown here is that it's not enough just to survive until Muta. That's not enough. You need to survive until Muta and not be completely outmatched in economy, like the opponent is right here, right? So you need to manage both things for Muta to actually work. getting to Muta doesn't really matter if, you know, you have one base, 4 Sunkens, and the other person is already on, you know, 2 bases, 5 hatcheries. It doesn't matter, right?
Spawn more overlords. Spawn more overlords. Our forces are under attack.
Oh no. Alright, that's for his enemy number 1 right now.
Spawn more overlords.
That was pretty funny. And it's up to the Muta player to really pressure you, because Muta's actually, or sorry, Hydra's actually outscale. Oh, if I would get my layer, they do. Hydra's actually outscale Muta's by quite a lot. You don't need to do a whole lot here.
Our forces are under attack. We require more minerals. Our forces are under attack.
And if they go for drones like this, you just simply your drone. It's that easy. Yep. Oh, this micro in this game, the point I'm trying to make is that it's far easier for the Hydralist player than it is for the Mutalist player.
We require more minerals. Evolution complete. We require more minerals.
I just thought it's possible he has lurkers, but That'd be pretty cool if he did. I'd be okay. That'd be pretty sick. Maybe as like hold position lurkers, that'd actually be like, incredible. And so again, you know, they can go lings, but because your economy is so much bigger, you can get upgrades. Hydras do pretty well versus lings when they're upgraded and when they're in like large quantities. So yeah, it's tough to go Muta. Like even if they defend the mass lings, well, you know, if they do it in a way that they just wreck their own economy in order to defend, then you know the Hydra follow up is legitimate and won't be able to be stopped. So it's trickier than a lot of people think to actually go Mutalisks in CBC. Oh, don't get me wrong. Mutas are so much better than Hydras. Hydras are unplayable at higher levels. Hydras literally do 5 damage, and Mutalisks do 13. And have worse mobility. They're horrible. Their upgrades cost more than it costs to get out Mutalisks. But Mutalisks are significantly more difficult to use. So that's why I'm saying at lower ranks, massing lings and massing Hydras is way better. As you get up to about A or S rank, Hydras unplayably bad. Like, just flat out. Players should never lose to Hydras. But at the lower ranks, Mutas are almost unplayable because it is very, very difficult to actually properly get them out. Yeah, what I'm trying to get at is that the game is different depending on the skill level that it's played. And a lot of people just see what the pros do and want to imitate it. It doesn't work unless you have the same fundamentals. And it's okay to play different styles than the pros. That's more what I kind of want to get across. Because those different styles will help you learn the fundamentals, which will eventually allow you to play in a similar manner to, you know, the people that you watch in tournament.
Require more minerals.
Yep, better to learn the basics and work on the more complicated things. That's exactly it.
under attack. Our forces are under attack.
Yeah, so for 107 APM. So this is what I mean. Players just need to focus on just very basic stuff, not spam at the beginning of the game and then mess up their cannon or forge timing. Like, it's not good. So that 9-full could have actually been a lot faster too. So just focus on what's important. It's not important to you know, slap your keyboard a ton in the start of the game. On sound hockey. Yep, APM's lower is a real winner. He coached a national StarCraft champion 15 years ago. What would that be? That's 07? I knew some of the players back then. What was the name of it? Of the player? Just telling him the same. He had high APM. Yeah, I think players with low APM that play very efficiently, it's easier to break their habit of playing slow and getting them to increase their speed than it is someone who has a ton of APM, but they're just like they like slap their hands everywhere and it looks so ugly when they play. That one, telling them to change the way they're hitting their keys and to slow down and relearn it, that's actually much more difficult to get them to do than the person who's very efficient with their presses but are just slow. I saw that a lot when in like LAN tournaments, you would have players who just their mechanics were just so ugly. Just watching them hit the keys, there was no elegance to it. It was just like slap, 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 slap. But they did it really fast, and it tended to be those players didn't have much staying power in the game. They really couldn't correct their form. Whereas the players who were quite a bit slow, but had a very nice form, they over time sped up, and they were able to fix that more easily. Hey Blackman, thanks for the raid. It'll be quite a difference from what they were watching. We're just going through some F rank to S rank coaching for everyone in the chat and for the eventual YouTube. Again, always pull first at this level. You know, worth it to have the defense up and not to die versus any cheese. And about this level, if you don't go 9-pool, you do need to scout, because players will go for timing attacks at around B and C rank. And so you either need to rush them with a 9-pool, or you need to scout with a drone to see what they're up to. Is there a hardest rank? Yeah, S is the highest rank, and we'll hopefully get there eventually today. It's taking a little bit longer than I thought it would to rank up from the lower ranks, but you know, as long as we can, as long as I don't like pass out, then you know, we'll just continue to play the games and we'll eventually get there. So again, at this rank, you don't really need to take a early... That's weird. You don't really need to take an early expand, like an early third base. You can be fine with just kind of chilling and doing 3 hatch on 2 bases. It's not a big deal. So we see with this micro, you see how mainly just, you know, right-clicking their units. We're not doing anything fancy. So let me right-click that one and see if you'll get to it. Ooh, I got it. I got that last probe. That's nice. Alright. Yeah, the reason why you don't take a... I would suggest not taking like a fast 3 base at this rank is because it's difficult. It's difficult to have your lings defending, you know, the third base, the natural, let's say a Zealot walks into your main. It's just real tough, and it's... At this level, the small mineral difference between having your drones on 3 bases worth of patches and 2 bases worth of patches is not... It's not big enough for it to matter all that much. And so again, the big difference here compared to the E and F rank games is that we're taking our expansions, we're taking our gas faster. We are not going as crazy with the drones and the hatcheries. We're instead opting to put on more pressure. We're, you know, putting down our Hydra den more quickly. It's still similar concepts. It's just players now put on more pressure, and so we can't be as greedy. We're relying less on Sunkens and instead more on units to defend. But we still notice that minimal micro is actually necessary. It's for the most part just watching what they make and you know, making something on reaction to deal with those.
Require more minerals, more overlords.
You know, we're taking our third faster, not staying on 2 bases for as long. We aren't massing as many hatcheries, but similar style. Similar. We still have a lot of drones. I'm even going to build a couple more. But we're being safer about it, right? We're getting up our Hydras faster, we're getting up our upgrades faster. And that means that we don't have, like, absurd numbers of drones like we did in the other games, but that's fine. You know, as players get better, you can't be as greedy with your production and new drones. So that means you make more army units. Right? They're gonna pressure you, and you're gonna die. Just make nothing but drones and hatcheries.
Require more minerals. Require more minerals. Require more minerals.
same deal. We're just going to pressure them now. Now this attack hits with Harpy or Hydras, but I get them a lot earlier on, and as you get better, you need to start going for attacks that are earlier and that pressure them. Because it gives you scouting and lets you know what you need to do. And it also just limits your opponent's options, right? So putting pressure on your opponent means that if they're doing something greedy, you automatically win. And so it's just nice that their options are limited. So, for example, in this game, he tried to go for one cannon, no Corsair Scout. Well, just a little bit of pressure puts an end to that, right? He wasn't able to be super greedy like that. And all you have to do is just simply... You know, just a little bit of pressure, like this, right?
Forces are under attack. Spawn more overlords.
I mean, fair enough. He's just jealous. That's what he's jealous of. It's the big ol' 47. 47 is just greater than 185. That's all. Ooh, we're almost there. We're almost catching up to GDS Chris and hitting our C rank. That'll be good. GG42, yeah. When do you plan on starting to use the keyboard? I think at C rank I'll probably start using it. You really can get away with a lot before C rank by just focusing on the fundamentals. Honestly, if I were to start to lose a game, I would start tryharding just so I don't actually lose the points. I wouldn't. I'm not about just dropping a game here. Just to stick with like no keyboard. But for now, I think it's a good lesson that, you know, these games have been very consistent. We had some close games, but overall, it's been pretty one-sided and just a very basic way of playing, and nothing all that mechanically intensive. Exceptional skills. Yeah, there's some weaknesses though in my play for sure, which I need to fix. But just trying to get better through ladder, all of that. And a lot of what I say and what I do is just come from other players, so it's not exactly like I invented this stuff. So like a lot of these things, like if you want to be like really good, like a player once said to me, you shouldn't play what if. You should simply play what is the right way of playing. So this is hard to explain. I guess the context of it was they went like one gate, and this was back in the day when like one gate was new and players had a tough time dealing with it. And there would always like be a hidden zealot somewhere, right? And he would be like, "Why aren't your lings at my natural?" And I say, "Well, there's always like a hidden zealot, so I don't want to like die to the hidden zealot walking to my main when I bring my Zerglings out too." And I was like, "Yeah, but you're a tournament player. And what that means is you can't play to say, well, I'm covering if I make a mistake. If you're a tournament player, then you play to play the right way and not make mistakes. And if you don't make a mistake, then you won't die to a hidden zealot." And that kind of like, things like that come from other players, and they really help, right? Those types of little advice. So in this game, we see Terran player is going with a wall, so we can even just assume that he's going for a factory. Again, we still go in with the lings, we still just target down whatever we can find. But this is a full wall, so we're not going to get much else done. Versus mech, you do want to go into Hydras fairly quickly, and you do want to pressure them. So I never showed it in E or F ranks, but it would basically, what I would do in E and F rank versus mech is very similar to how I would play versus Protoss. So you just make like 5 hatcheries, mass Hydras, extend them. You know, at this rank, can't be as greedy. You need to get out your Hydras at a reasonable time. How would I improve mechanics? That's a good question. The first thing is that you want to take things step by step, action by action. So on a fundamental level, right? So how do you make a drone? Do you make a drone like this? 5SD? Do you make a drone like 5SD? Or do you make a drone 5SD with 3 separate fingers? There's only one right answer. And if you're not doing it that way, then that's something that you can improve on and fix. Okay, so this is good. So we got some players that are doing some tricky stuff now. You see he walled off, but is actually going for Marines. That's very, very tricky. So now we have to consider that it might be bio. If it's bio, we need to get into lurkers. So let's go ahead and morph our layer here. Oh, he's sending him back. Very strange. Tough to know what he's doing, but the counter to anything that Terran is doing that's weird is simply to just make drones and defend. You can't really pressure them because they're just have a wall. I don't know. I don't know what to do, man. This is, I really don't like games like this. I really like knowing what people are doing. If I were to lose a game, this is 100% the game to lose here. It's just hoping that they're not doing anything that would kill me. What are they doing? Let's get lurkers. Don't know if we'll need them, but
Our forces are under attack.
you gonna let me see? Aha. Okay. So we can chill with the Sunkens because he's has Goliaths. I would probably make more Sunkens if he went into Bio. Hydras aren't good versus Bio, Hydras are good versus Goliaths, so we'll be fine. So back onto mechanics. One thing I recently fixed was that I didn't use F keys, and I fixed it because it's another part of mechanics, right? What is the best way to do something? The best way, if you have a drone spawning here, to move that drone to your natural, is not to drag your screen and then right-click. The best way is to have your natural screen hotkeyed to one of the F keys, and then F3 right-click. That's far better. It's way better. And it's important to do that as you get better, is to improve the way you do things, because just because you're doing something the way you've always done it doesn't mean that it's probably the best way to do it. Anyway. So that's one half of mechanics. The other half of mechanics is just speed. Speed, there's no tip to just playing faster. It's just you have to be conscious about it, and it's also just play time. Over time, you'll just end up playing faster. It's also, it might be just something that some players are just naturally faster than others. Like, you know, look at my hands. Like, I'm not gonna have like 400 APM really. My hands aren't like extremely dexterous. You can see that with piano players. Some people just have better hands than others. So. But certainly, like, form can be something that all players can improve to the same standard. Okay. So when you go for an attack, you want to do lurkers first, and then hydras. And you don't want to attack into a literal death trap. Don't do that. So looks like that's actually fine. That looked terrifying at first because it looked like it had a ton of stuff, but I think it's going to be fine.
Our forces are under attack.
So if you're wondering how to be Goliath build, this is the easiest way. You simply, make your Hydras, push them. Lurkers were only because I thought he might be going into bio. We kind of get that information. Alright, we got the C rank moving up in the world. He looks pretty far away though. Oh, keyboard is usable? Yeah, I suppose so. I think I could probably go mouse only until B rank, but I think using the keyboard will speed up some of the games. So, I'm trying to think. I'm kind of worried that playing slow on the keyboard will mess up my. Like, I don't want it to like fuck with my mechanics, but I think that's the best way to do it. Because mouse only doesn't really like mess up anything in terms of like when you go into a real game, if you've been playing mouse only, it doesn't like mess with you. But like playing super slow on the keyboard, it's just then you try and like try hard after that, it kind of messes with you a little. But I'll think of something. Next finger only on keyboard. Yeah. I think that's how everyone, when they're young, started playing. Like 5, S, D, 5, S, C, 6, S, Z, like that, right? Yeah, Rage into it. This is a completely new account. We D-ranked it like well below F rank, and we're laddering it up. I'll start doing like very basic splits. Start using my keyboard a little. So one thing you want to do, and this is part of mechanics, is you don't want to double click units. I only did that because it's mouse only, but if you have access to the keyboard, then control clicking, holding control and clicking, does the exact same thing, but is just more consistent, right? Because double click, you can miss. So, like the unit is moving like this one, it can move before your second click. When you control click, it doesn't have that problem. Also, control click is faster because you're using 2 hands instead of 1. So my first suggestion is never double click things. That's bad. Just don't do it. Just hold control and click, and gonna burn that into your muscle memory.
We require more minerals.
Can I beat Artosis with mouse only? That would be a no. I would not beat him with mouse only. I don't know. Maybe I could cheese them with mouse only. I would say that's a possibility. Like I could maybe like do Slurk Girl and take a game or something. But would I bet on myself with mouse only versus Artosis? Absolutely not. Oh, maybe I should do no hotkeys. As Zerg, you really don't actually need hotkeys. For quite a while. And again, it's... Oh, he does have a cannon. I did not think he had a cannon. That's weird. How's he doing? So he doesn't have a nexus. It looks like he's trying to cheese. Don't tell me there's cannons back here. Okay. What's he doing? What is he doing? I see no expansion. Not getting +1. Ruling some stuff out. Making a lot of zealots though. It looks like maybe it's gonna be fast zealot speed. Where our money's at now, but who knows? Either way, let's get our tech. Make bets on what this is. Something cheesy. Something's... Oh, okay. That's an old one. This is just straight up like proxy gates. Ton of them. I may actually die for this.
Require more minerals.
So he's proxying gates somewhere. It has to be, right? Ooh. Hello. Hello. Yeah. So it's just process of elimination, and you're trying to figure out what opponents are doing, right? And now it's just going to be about defending, as you want your lings behind your sunkens. Really don't need all that much micro here. There's another pylon. That's kind of weird. You also did build a nexus, so you can't go too defensive here. You do need drones. You at least want to fill up your natural, and preferably take your gas for when Mutalisks spot. The interesting idea. What will he do about line below. Still don't need to do a ton of stuff. You just kind of avoid. Avoid cannons and just kind of right click to kill stuff. That was a weird one. But you'll start to hit, see, 90, awesome. Wow, that was really funny. There's also a fellow legend here, but you start to hit people in C rank that can throw out decent timings like that, and tricky stuff where they put a wall and then don't actually put a nexus and like proxy get you. Hey. So we'll continue on with limited keyboard use. We're still going to be limiting our micro usage to just normal right clicking for C rank. And we're also going to be trying to limit our APM as well. We gotta get Artosis to S. I know he can make it. Part of it's more difficult for him because he doesn't do some stuff. So there's some things you can do in the game which will improve your play but will hurt the viewer experience. So, for example, like I'm fairly certain that he intentionally limits his screen switching, and he'll stare at army fights for far too long because it's a more enjoyable viewer experience. And so for him, it's not a matter of improving alone. It's a matter of he wants to improve in a way that still makes his stream like really enjoyable for people. So that's why he heavily limits his screen switching in most stream games and other things that he does as well. So same thing, we're just going to limit ourselves to right clicks. Keeping it very simple. It's like we're getting more solid people that looks like they're going to defend quite well. Part of the reason why we don't pick a third, even now at C rank, is because it's far easier to defend on two bases. If I took a third, I would not be able to make this sunken here and defend with it. So this would not have worked.
Our forces are under attack.
And again, the small economy difference of building your third hatch here instead of here, it's not worth it at this rank to kind of expose yourself to a lot more harass just for the small optimization that making your third hatch at a third base gives you. So even at C rank, this is still a lot about simplicity more than anything. The only thing that has changed is that we're simply, again, not being as greedy progressively. We're getting up our units a lot faster. We're droning a lot less and putting on more pressure. Still, even now, that's the only change that we've made from the E and F rank games. And again, in C rank, we're not taking this expansion until right before we'll have Hydras out to defend it. So, yeah, just keep that in mind. It's not like we're rushing out this third. And, we're getting out early Hydras. It's always good to put on pressure.
Require more minerals.
Pressure is what limits the amount of cheese that Protoss can do. It also lets you scout and see what they're up to. And it also just flat out beats a lot of greedy things that they can do. So it looks like they will be fine here. So we're hitting people that survives versus base pressure, so that's fine. You know, we just keep on playing on, and we keep on with our macro and go into upgrades. Okay, so that's why we have the layer, that's why we have Overlord speed, we're getting up lurkers, and so on, right?
Forces are under attack. Our forces are under attack. Spin gas. Our forces are under attack.
We're hitting people now that pretty solid army control. We see them running around with those zealots out on the map.
Our forces are under attack.
So we need to have pretty solid army control as well. Let's also use both ends too. And so we're hitting people that can pressure a lot more. And we do need to be able to prevent their attacks, right? Without taking too much damage.
Our forces are under attack.
Also, players will start dropping at around this rank, so you know you need to consider that and protect against it. If they have stairs out on the map, it's a little bit more difficult, but you know, if they don't, then you always want to overlord spread.
Our forces are under attack.
Those players will also try for expansion sneaks. Now, what to do against this? Well, there's two options. You can kill it, or you can do nothing. Both wins, so long as you hold them here. So it's really your choice as what your preference is. In serious games, my preference is generally just to hold them at their natural. Don't bother killing it, but this isn't a serious game, so we're just gonna roll our Hydras into it. Yeah, even at this level, we're still making our hatcheries close to one another. That way, we can use the easier macro method. So now that we're in C rank, we're using control click on the larva instead of boxing them. That is the better way to do it. You can see once Hydras are upgraded on open ground like this, Hydras actually trade very well against cannons. They trade cost efficiently if you have enough of them. And so you should always take those trades if you can get them. Macroing a bit quicker now, but it's really nothing like crazy. Because I don't want to wait on this one, we're just going to throw units into him. Hope that he would attack.
Our forces are under attack. Forces are under attack. Our forces are under attack. Our forces are under attack.
No, in your latter game, should you do this? No, if you have a contain and you're sure that they're on two bases, you should just chill. But in this case, just trying to speed up the pace of the game. This is already a win, so I prefer to just bust rather than grind out the game.
Forces are under attack.
Yep, GG. Okay, so we're keeping it under 100. That's good. I think that's a good rule to have. Yeah, we're almost halfway to B. That's good. I think at B, we'll start doing like legit builds. I think at B is where you want to actually have like structured builds and keep to them. Yeah, he was pretty solid. He had a good timing. Hey, Hydra. Not rank S on this account, but I have like 3 or 4 S rank accounts.
You require more minerals.
This account is a new one at Seed, and we're doing like I completely ranked it down to like F. We're climbing all the way to S. Hopefully today I can do all of it. Be pretty fun. Yeah, S is similar to GM and StarCraft 2. It's a little bit more difficult than GM, because GM is per server, whereas in StarCraft Remaster there's only one server on ladder. But similar, right? I remember in like StarCraft 2, you'd have people say they're like GM, but then they're like, yeah, but I'm like in C, the Malaysia, Indonesia server. You know, they go on like the NA server and they're like something like low masters or something, like sometimes diamond.
You require more minerals. You require more minerals. You require more minerals.
By sending Zealots to them, so let's make links to defend, right? Generally the idea is if they attack you, you want to arm you. But
You require more minerals.
that might be pretty good. It's playing well. Don't need to do anything fancy with these initial links, but all that was you simply ask how many links do you have. If you have 10, Protoss could be favored, but it's rather difficult to keep a micro. So let's go for it. Yeah.
Forces are under attack.
Yeah, at this rank you really don't need to do anything fancy like a super fast third.
Our forces are under attack.
he sends his zealots out, you can just make a sunken. And the point is that by staying on 2 bases, you have the option for a sunken, and that'll help you a lot versus these gate openings. There's a lot of players just die to whenever they counter push you. You'll do good damage, and then get counter pushed, and then you're down.
Evolution complete. Require more speed gas.
So we can see at this rank, rallies become more important, and when we're attacking, we want to change our rallies. Before, at other ranks, we just kind of kept them over here and didn't mess with them. But as you progress on, swapping your rallies is very important. We're going to be doing much more of that. I legitimately hate how hard it is to snipe with this game. But yeah, you can chill. If you don't see a Stargate, you kind of need to really make a lot of Hydras. This player doesn't seem too bad, so...
Forces are under attack. Our forces are under attack.
There, guys. The guy's actually pretty good. You're gonna need to do some stuff, which I shouldn't have done until later ranks, but he's unranked, so you know he's not those rank suggests. Where's it going? Where's it going? You gonna get my lurker kill? I don't think so. Yeah, so when players do this and they just throw army at you, just try not to lose too much. Tricks like this, like blocking with a lurker, is a good idea. You know, if you burrow it, then they'll get through. Just don't lose it. I told you, I'm gonna go on if I start losing the game. I'm not gonna drop the game just to make sure I stick with these restrictions. I don't think so. I think we're fine here. It's a pretty easy game from this point. You just get overlord speed. You probably need a patch somewhere. Probably need about 5 more drones as well.
Forces are under attack.
So, I get it. It can be really difficult to defend against those, like, zealot spam as Protoss, but yeah, you gotta do it, and you gotta do it with Hydras, and you know, you gotta rely on drone drills. You have to drill your drones early, right? So suggestions I would give. And also lurker timing is important, right? Because that would have killed me if I didn't have my lurker upgrade done. Or at least would have done significantly more damage. You can see this is pretty all in from the Protoss. So, yeah, this is pretty common of you know, B rank, A rank Protosses that they will start doing pretty good, pretty optimized timing attacks. So I'm guessing this build, he wasn't mining from a second gas, something like that, and he cut probes. I think at this point the players are getting good enough that I need to start doing more legit builds. Because that was too close. But this guy is probably B rank, so not surprised. Yeah, so you see here. So players at this rank will start doing stuff like this. He even that's actually surprising. He takes the probe off of his main gas as well, and doesn't take his natural assimilator. And is just gonna pump nothing but zealots from here. So he'll start doing very tricky builds like this at around B or low A. And to beat builds like this, there really isn't an easy way to do it. Just because this is a pressure build and it's actually quite a well-optimized pressure build. The counter to this is simply just, you know, playing well and having good control and not messing up your macro too much. You can't be too far behind in units, but yeah, stuff like this is definitely on the trickier side to hold. There's literally like 22 pro, yeah. But again, you know, you have fighting chances. You know, if you're doing your macro right, your tech right, you have lurkers coming, you can go up the ramp. Yeah, this is pretty all in, right? He barely has any probes, so. This stuff I wanted to wait until around A rank is when people start actually using drone drill more, but wasn't sure if I could defend without it. Would have never guessed that playing well was a kill. Yep. I wish there was something else I could say, but doing those well-optimized timing attacks like he did, where, you know, he did the build almost perfectly. You take off of gas, he built the 7 gates, and, you know, he slammed units into me. I wish there was like a easy way to counter that. There isn't. And part of why is because he's doing a very easy strategy almost perfectly. And so, you know, that's how it is. You have to play well against that. With one eye open. Maybe, I don't know. Could try and play, but alright. I'll start playing a little bit more active with the keyboard now. We'll start splitting correctly. I won't optimize my mining though. I think we're hitting around B rank players, so that's about where it's important to play solidly, make sure things are timed well. You can get away with some stuff like not using F keys and not using Mutalisks, let's say, versus Bio. But by this point in the ranking, you do need to move a bit more quickly. You do need to play tighter builds. And you do need to have a little bit more multitasking to win your games. Is roughing lurkers a win versus that? It depends. So lurkers are good, but you also need a way to somehow stop the zealots from just running past the lurkers. So that's the tricky part.
Require
And so like really fast lurkers and like you try and contain them at their natural won't help all that much because they'll just run past them. So, but yeah, lurkers do help. It's just it can't be just lurkers. You need to have something else. So again, versus Terran, you want to play a little bit more aggressively. We're getting an earlier gas, not you see. We're putting on more pressure versus Terran. We'll start to micro our lings a little bit more, like you can see here. Right? You see that there is no Command Center, and so we'll go back with our lanes, because that means Vulture is much more likely. Command Center could be on the high ground. Nope, there it is, so that's very likely Vulture. So that's why we have the creep colony coming up. Again, we're just playing more and more tight with our builds, being less greedy as we move up the ranks. But overall, we're prioritizing the same thing. We're still prioritizing drones, we're still prioritizing hatcheries when we can. It's just we're making sure that we will actually live if our opponent decides to attack us, that's all. That's the big difference. So at this rank, I don't expect anyone to have, you know, even decent Muta micro, but you can still go for Mutas at this rank. It's just I wouldn't rely on them a ton. That's all. It's more just catch-all. Muta openers are decent, and also it's just to make sure that Terran isn't getting super greedy. They're actually building turrets and stuff, right? We see he has lots of Marines and he has turrets. So we just back off, right? Simple as that. Water harass is pretty easy to do a lot of times. Terrans have a really tough time with just simple stuff like this. Let's not be losing my overlords. It's like I will.
Require more minerals. Require more minerals. Require more minerals.
Okay, so small things like hiding your drones are pretty good here.
Our forces are under attack.
Hatchery is temporary, but you can always save your drones, so stuff like this will help you a lot. Yeah, very simple builds like this, pretty good to use. Terran has a really tough time with this kind of stuff. Right, it's still a very simple way to play. It's not like overly difficult. So you can still open mutas and kind of just pressure them early with muta into high tech units. Terrans have a lot of difficulty dealing with early hive from Zerg because, well, especially if they do like mass marines like this. As you saw here, I mean, how much damage the Guardians did. They completely destroyed the natural. You know, you're still mining fine on 2 bases. We have more drones over here and so on, right? So you don't need to overly complicate the game at B rank. Some mild pressure will do the trick. Yeah, Guardians are so good. Guardians are like turbo trash units as you get to higher levels. They're legitimately so bad of units, but they are timing killers, right? If someone's tech is late, like their starports are late, like their build is slow, then Guardians just win. There's no counter to Guardians such as, like, they have more arming. Like, no amount of Marines are going to win against Guardians, really. Guardians are simply like a check that says, like, are you timing your shit right? And for most players at, like, C, B, and even, like, low A, the answer is no. And so Guardians just fuck their shit up. Like, if they don't have vessels, if they don't have a radiate, if they don't have starports to make raids, that's it. I mean, there's nothing more. As you get higher and higher up to, like, S rank, Terrans don't mess up their timing. They're gonna have starports, and so they become way worse once you start getting there. You have to do, like, really specific builds in order to make them work. Would Guardians be a good idea versus 5 racks plus 1? Yeah, in general, Guardians are good when they're spamming bio, because again, it's all about their starport timing. Again, the good Terrans won't mess that up. Like, they'll go 5 racks and still have their starports in time. But yeah, most Terrans will really struggle to do that. Hey, Doc, thanks so much for the sub. It's awesome. Wouldn't it be easier just to play Lurkers and take it late? Yeah, I mean, sure. Yeah, you can. I think at this level, Lurkers are still a lot better. I just wanted to show that Mutas, you can legitimately go Muta. It's just that you need to play them much differently than how the pros play them. Because, just being honest with you guys, if you're not, like, high A rank, your Muta micro is probably trash. And Mutas suck if you don't know how to micro them. So, you know, you have to play your Mutas a lot differently. Given that that's the case. I was just trying to show that, you know, Guardian tricks and, you know, just flying around with them, making sure that turrets are built, are one way of playing Mutas at that rank. Certainly, though, Lurkers and taking an expand is far better. And probably easier, too. I'll show that one next time I hit a turn. That style. It's pretty easy. Oh, is this Zealot, man? So again, you notice that in all my games so far, through these ranks, I've never gone hatch first. And that's because defending hatch first versus, like, any type of cheese is very difficult. And frankly, hatch first at anything below maybe like A rank is just a coin flip. You're just hoping they aren't cheesing you. Because, I mean, chances are if you're below, you're not going to even be able to remotely defend, like, BBS proxy 9/9 gate, anything like that. And so that I just want to point that out is, you know, pool first is more than fine. It is completely safe, and that's kind of what you want to strive for at these early ranks. May not be optimal, sure, but we're not looking for optimal. We're looking for being able to play the game. And speak of the devil. Oh yeah, this is a 10... 12, it looks like. So this guy does tricky builds. This is build isn't what it looks like. He's gonna expand off of it. He's gonna build a forge, I bet. I have almost no doubt he's gonna forge here. So this guy plays tricky builds, and you kind of need to see it before, or just kind of guess the right response. I guess not. Okay, that's not good. It's a really tough call whether we're sunken or not. That's a nexus. Okay, we're good. It's tricky, right? Because it's 2-gate, but he's just expanding off of it, and so you really can't be massing lings. Or if you do mass lings, it's fairly all in. But I wouldn't suggest it. The more consistent play is just to make your drones that you need, get into Hydras fairly quickly. I really don't want to lose these lanes. It would be a very difficult game if you did lose them. Because this is what's stopping him from pushing out and causing a lot of problems for me. So the S-rate counter to this is obviously like have 400 APM and micro your lings like crazy, right? For this rank, the easiest thing to do would just be to chill with them. You know, don't try and like slip on by them in the cracks. He's gonna push out now that he has a cannon. That's fine. And again, I want his zealots to get as close as they can before I pounce on him, because that means he can't retreat into here. Very simple, you just move command him over. There's some Zealot left behind, but it's not a big deal. These reinforcement Hydras from my hatcheries will deal with them. This is the easiest way to play versus this. Is you don't have to do anything crazy with Zealots. With Zerglings, it's just break them with Hydras. And I was only able to do this because, you know, you have to threaten counterattacks with the Lings. And, you know, drone behind it. So I did drone quite a lot behind those just 6 Lings, and maybe like 4 more back here. And that allowed me to get up the Hydras. Are Devourers better versus air? Devourers have a few key uses, but in general, they're pretty bad units. They're good in ZVZ because people are massing Mutas, and yeah, Devourers are pretty good versus Mutas. They're also good in if you make Guardians. Like, making just 1 Devourer is quite good versus Terran, because the acid spores reveal Cloak. So that's pretty strong. You'll often see players making like just 1 Devourer for that reason. That's the only use cases I know for them. It's pretty much solely just ZVZ and when you go Guardians and ZVT. Cannons either wreck or get wrecked. Yeah, it's because they have long range, deal pretty high DPS, but are like paper. And so they're either going to crush the fight because their DPS is killing the units before the units can fire on them, or, you know, their DPS isn't enough to kill them and the units get to fire back. And if they get to fire back, then all the cannons just melt. So yeah, that's why you generally either see players have like 1 cannon or like a ton of them. It's very odd that you'd see just like 2, 3, 4, something like that. Cannons work best when there's basically just like a ton of them, or just like 1. Okay, I think ZVZ at this rank, I want to say Mutas is still pretty weak. So we're gonna stick with that assumption. You know, I would say in C, you still want to rely primarily on Lings and Hydras. I think Mutas is still pretty difficult to consistently get into in your games. Yeah, I explained this earlier. Mutas, don't get me wrong, Mutas are broken in ZVZ, but they're very difficult. And that's why, you know, for C and below, I think it's much stronger and much more consistent just to rely on primarily Zerglings, but if you have to, and if the person is turtling, then getting into Hydras. Again, this is a pretty safe build that you can use. You just go for overpool, and then you take a hatchery. Super safe in ZVZ. It'll defend against 9 pool pretty easily.
Require more minerals. Require more minerals.
Hey June, thanks so much for the sub. So we're going to be making Lings just to be safe. We didn't get a see out on him, so we really want to make sure that we don't die here. Any 9 pool speed kind of openings, and that's the first job in ZVZ. Is the first rule of ZVZ is don't die in a 9 pool speed. That is the most common way you can die in this matchup, is they send early 6 Lings to go and kill you. Speed, all that stuff. Okay, so we see he has another hatchery coming up. So because we saw he had another hatchery, we made a few drones, and we go back into lanes. Don't want to make a ton of drones, but just a few would be nice. Especially because we know he's not like doing anything 9 pool or something like that. And now we get into our third hat. So you can see he's probably going lair, because you see all that idle larva. That's because he doesn't have the money to afford Lings. This is part of why Mutalisks are so difficult to play. Is that idle larva, he should die now. He hasn't been using up his larva. He's been mining way too much gas. He doesn't have his economy management. And so, yeah, Muta's difficult. And so, before maybe about the rank or so, the ZVZ revolves around the Ling, not the Muta. We see that he kind of forgot that here, and it kind of gets overrun. Okay. But yeah, this is honestly the most consistent way to play. Still maybe low to mid B. And then they start to be able to manage their economy a little bit better to get up their betas more safely. We saw that, you know, it wasn't really close. You have 3 hatcheries, you can make a 4th with the excess money, and still get spores. It's definitely more consistent than trying to go for Muta. Do queens counter Mutas? No, queens have the same issue in ZVZ like they have in all the other matchups. Queens, as far as we know, have no way to be consistent. And that's why pros hate them. So, the first problem is that you can dodge and snare on reaction a lot of times. like you can split your mutas really quickly. So that's the first thing. Maybe it's actually more difficult for mutas, but whatever. The second problem is that you can kill the queen. And if you kill the queen before the ensnare goes off, nothing happens. If the queen is allowed to ensnare, then queen is amazing. But it's just... As far as we know, there's no way to consistently get that juicy ensnare. So sick. B. We got 2 more ranks to go. Okay, I'll be right back, and then we'll start our long climb up to A and then S. All right. Our long grind. Seeing the finish line now. What was that? Oh, whoa. I didn't know this ever popped up. Did you guys ever know this? Wow, what are season stats? They're displayed here. What is MMR? This is kind of cool. S-rank players will be marked as inactive and not play at least 5 games each week. Inactive status will trigger weekly MMR. Oh, I did not know that. Huh. That's kind of cool. Defiler Hydra work versus Muta. Eh. Generally, if you go Hydra, it's better just to end the game with like a 2-2 push, 2 Carapace, 2 ranged attack. Hydra push. Going into Hive and Defiler is kind of overkill. Generally, anyway. Alright, so what's it for B rank? I think at B rank, you should start to learn your F keys. So F keys are holding shift and then F2. I think actually your main base automatically is bound to F2, so you don't actually need to talk that one. I think B rank is where you should also know certain little tricks, like stop holding larva to get them on the left side. You know, again, won't matter most games, but something you should start to practice at B rank. And how you do that is you get an overlord, hold shift so that the larva's in your group, you just press stop. And the larva will shimmy its way over to the left side of the hatchery. And that's pretty good because if your mineral's on the left side, your drones will spawn more closely to the minerals. Not a huge difference, but you know, at B rank, really small things are going to help you and are worth doing. Besides, what else are you going to be doing in the early game? Yeah, so if you select this overlord and this larva and I press the stop button, the larva goes to the left. That's all there is to it. That's the entire trick. There's... I know, it sounds so weird, and it's like, wait, what? That's it. That's... Yeah, it's a small thing in this game, but every little bit helps as you get closer to S. B rank is where you kind of start wanting to implement these little tips and tricks to be those slight edges. Yeah, it doesn't need to be perfect, but you want to start practicing them in B rank because in S rank, well, high A and S rank, you know, these tiny second differences are actually quite huge as you climb the ranks even further. So in B rank, you do need to do legit builds. You do need to place your third hatchery at a third base. You can't just take the... Oh shit, that turns AFK. You can't take the economy hit of doing 3 hatcheries on 2 base. Just, it's not good. And you do need to start pressuring them a little bit.
The hive cluster is under attack.
See 2 zealots walking over, it's fine. And so as you hit B rank, you need to start doing, you know, early damage like that. You don't need to do like constantly in their base. You can just trade them for probes. That's perfectly fine. But you do need to, you know, pressure them and try and go for worker kills, all of those things. And you don't need to go crazy with it and, you know, micro them like effort or Daedon or some shit for the entire game, but important to do like the bare minimum of trade them for probe kills if you can. And you'll notice that even now in B rank, we're not doing much more in terms of micro besides, you know, targeting down 1 zealot at a time. Pretty much the extent of our micro. Not going crazy or anything. And that's why, you know, in the early games I was trying to really showcase that just want to right-click one at a time, because that's the most important thing when it comes to micro. Is just focus firing. Everything else is secondary. focus firing is definitely fundamental when it comes to micro. And so you really want to have that down. So what I did there was I just hotkeyed the bases, F2, F3, F4, right? As you get in the higher ranks, you need to start going for more aggressive builds, and so that's why in this game I'm going for 5 Muta, right after Spire. These types of builds will also help you against weird things that Protoss may be doing. That's why you want to be aggressive, is because it stops weird stuff, like we see he's going, looks like Zealot speed. Now, I didn't know whether he would go Zealot speed, but now that he has, you know, my Muta aggression that I have here is going to be very, very good. Right, and you don't need to do anything crazy here. You just need to like right click. You just need to like, you know, move it along with the Zealots. Nothing crazy. You make extra Zerglings. B rank as well, walling is important, so you need to know kind of basics of walls.
All forces are under attack.
Yeah, so just in general, they throw away their army like that. Just want to make drones because they're sacrificing a bunch of zealots. So that means that they're not really going to have like all that much of a threat of, you know, attacking you for a very long time. Also at B rank, you want to start doing some basic Muta micro. I'm not doing any move command tricks or patrol or anything like that. But I am at least stacking them with an Overlord. And what this does is if you have an Overlord in your control group, or really any unit far away, Mutas, when you click for them to go somewhere, will stack. Stacking does is that they're easier basically to move around. So otherwise, if they aren't stacked, you know, try like avoiding cannon damage when your mutas are like this. It's pretty difficult. So yeah, B rank, it's pretty important to have very basic Muta control, such as, you know, stacking them. I don't think you really need much more than that. You'll be pretty decent with just like attack command, right clicking, and so on. It's probably gonna be solid enough. But yeah, I definitely would still suggest, you know, again, more pressure is always better at this rank. the more pressure you can put on towards these opponents, the less shenanigans will work. So stuff like a fast 5 Muta is easily defended that SP bot attack, and we're in a pretty comfy game here. Whoops. At this rank, you don't need to have perfect macro, you just need to make sure that you spend the larva before there's like 3. That's your only goal, is just make sure that there isn't like 3 larvae at all of your hatcheries so that the larvae stop spawning.
Forces are under attack.
Again, you don't need to do any fancy micro, you just need to retreat every now and then and target fire. You want to prioritize units at this rank. So for example here, your priority is Corsairs. I won't move and shot that. But I won't. And again.
All forces are under attack.
It's just basic unit stuff.
The hive cluster is under attack. All forces are under attack. Forces are under attack.
You know, still even here, most of my micro is just, yeah, it's really just targeting. Just anything, you do super fancy stuff. Just doing that alone will be fine. Alright, I'm gonna get some more coffee. And I can feel it. We're almost there. We got maybe like 5 games to A rank, and then maybe I might lose like I might drop a game in A rank, but I can't imagine we'd have more than like 12 games. I can feel it though. We're so close. Get back up. I got a good timer for PvZ. Make it play at 9 minutes. If you don't have a robo already, you're about to die to lurkers. Yeah, that's about right. Yeah, I would stay away from, hard timings. They're only useful if everything goes according to plan. And in reality, oftentimes it doesn't. Things happen. People don't play standard. And so if just something is a little bit off, then your timing that you wrote down is not going to be all that useful. Instead, what you want to look for in your games is certain cues, which you can use to determine kind of what you need to do. So, for example, let's say in ZVT, I know that the timer of when I should book if it's a stim rush is 5 minutes. Okay. But let's say he bunker rush to start, and it's an 8 racks to start. When should I look? I don't know. Well, I also know that you can kind of poke in with Lings and check out how many Marines the person has. If it has like 8 Marines, or 6 Marines, so on, then I know that he built a second barracks. And so those kind of tells are a lot more consistent than just knowing timer values. Okay, at this rank, you can start going for Muta builds. Right. So the most consistent Muta build is going to be this, what I did just here, is just overpool and gas at the same time. Very easy, it's very safe. The economy's not that bad. The only downside is it is almost entirely defensive. And so you're going to need to be okay with that. If you're not okay with that, I think for B rank you can stick with going, lots of Lings. You can play Ling Mass styles. That's fine too. Again, we're making Zerglings early because the big threat is always 9 full speed. We'll want to make sure that we don't die to it. Here as well, you'll need to properly defend if you go Muta, and I think at B rank it's doable for most people. And so proper defense means you need to know how to set up your Lings. There's no trick to it, it's just practice. You want to set them up in a straight as possible line. Oh, you see he's doing the same thing. Okay. Cool. You also need to know stuff like you need to cancel speed. Okay, so his hatchery is faster than mine. And you'll see this pretty often at this rank. A lot of players play very defensively to get out their mutas, because a lot of people still threaten massing wings. Still a pretty big concern for a lot of players. Ooh, okay. I see. And again, you need to, if you're gonna play this style, have the knowledge that this expansion is not defendable, and instead you should be defending on your end.
Our forces are under attack.
That's what I mean by going Muta is quite hard. There's a lot of stuff you need to be able to do. And we see that he's sending Scourge kind of as a follow-up. And you will, if you want to play Muta, you will need to know how to patrol micro. So he may not force us to use it this game. He's sending it all to Overlords, but what we do is just patrol, patrol. Need to do it all that well, so we do need to use it. Scourge does become a legitimate threat at around B rank. If you do want to go Muta and ZBZ, you will find people who will go Scourge against you, and you will need to know how to do the proper micro leadership. Now, he traded his Surge for my Overlords, which means that you need to kind of chill a little bit and use up your gas before you punish him. The reason why trading Scourge for Overlords is bad is because eventually they're just going to have more gas than you. For now, he has a lot of larvae, so we can't punish him all that much. But soon with this hatchery up, we'll have more larvae, and we can hopefully punish him. Looks like he's sticking with a lot of Scourge, a lot of Lings. That seems...
Our forces are under attack.
You don't need to do perfect moving shots, but you can do some, right? Pretty easy. Especially if he wants to fuck you if you need it, it's fine too. You don't need to do anything crazy.
Our forces are under attack.
Again, if they sacrifice army for overlords or drones, you just need to rebuild them and play defensive. The worst thing you can do is if they sacrifice a bunch of mutas for your drones or overlords is immediately counterattack. That's not how you win versus that. You win versus them trading their army for your economy by first rebuilding your economy and then having a much stronger army. You can see here, we rebuilt our drone count. We have a quite healthy drone count. So we're going to go back into Mutalisks, use up our gas, and we're just keeping it very, very simple, right? say this a lot. So balance is dependent on what you know about the game. Right? And we're kind of lucky in that maps are able to, a large degree, balance the matchups. And so, as we found out more about the game, you know, Zerg became better than people thought they were. Terran became a lot better than people thought they were. And, you know, we created maps to nerf both Terran and Zerg. Protoss got the short end of the stick in that the only way to make a Protoss favorite map is to make it island and semi-island. Anyway. What I was getting at was that balance is for sure dependent on what we know about the game. And as more facts are discovered, more tricks are discovered, game balance changes, and then generally people change up maps to rebalance it. And eventually you get to a point in the game where you just kill him. This guy's pretty good. You know, he threatening lots of stuff. That's good. But yeah, you just kind of kill him. Yeah, and if you go for if you go for an attack and they counter you, the worst thing you can do is turn back around before you've done significant damage. I'm only turning around now because he has no drones left, so really, I mean, why not turn around rather than waste my time trying to kill his buildings faster than he killed my building. But yeah, the worst thing you can do in ZVZ is turn around. That looks really scary. It's not. It's actually fairly easy win when they try and go for counterattacks. Is it worth banking minerals for drones? Yeah, absolutely. So I actually banked 50 minerals and didn't spend it. So versus that style, technically it's better just to camp. But I didn't want to do that. It's so boring. Because you can throw the game if you try and go for an attack and the person like masses spores and counterattacks you. But, you know, whatever. Just, it depends how willing you are to grind it out. Whether you're going for like the 95% chance win, or whether you want to spend twice the amount of time to ensure that it's like 99 to 100%. Just so you guys know, the optimal play there wasn't to actually attack. It would have just been to sit in your base and expand and slowly just outmass them in mutas and drones. But I'm not willing to do that. Yeah, it looks real scary. It's not as scary though as you might think. It's actually a pretty clear win, so long as, again, the only way you lose it is if you run before you clear out their creep colonies and their drones. Again, even into B rank, I still want to say I'm doing nothing but pool first. I'm not going hatch first before, you know, even when we're in B rank. Just putting that out there. Because then, even in B rank, here, players will probably lose if they go hatch first into 9-9 gate, DDS, any kind of cheese. Most likely lose, and it's just not worth it. There's a little bit of micro there, but, you know, honestly, most of it there was just, again, targeting. There isn't a whole lot more to that. Oh, I wanted that throw. Sad. I wanted that throw too. And again, if you go through hatchery base, you can't rely on a sunken, so you will need to make sure that you have the larva for these lings, otherwise you just kind of die. You will need to make sure that those early lings, those 6 lings that you made here, you don't just lose them for nothing. But if you can do that, then, you know, it's perfectly safe. Yeah, you probably shouldn't let that happen, but it's okay. It's not a huge deal. Again, you always want to threaten counters.
forces are under attack.
Let's get a lot of zealots. So let's make a sunken. This late in the game, it's fine to make a sunken. Just make them at both bases. It's, you know, we have one drone per path, so it's perfectly fine. It's not a big deal.
Our forces are under attack.
Oh, whoops. That's one more zealots than I thought.
Our forces are under attack. Our forces are under attack. Forces are under attack.
You can see now players are driving DTs. We saw one over there. So, you need to make sure you have your overload spread correct. You need to make sure that you're pressuring the stairs enough. Otherwise, you're going to get stuff like where they sacrifice the stairs to kill your overlords at your third, stuff like that. Pretty nasty. You see, you know, still same concept. You're still getting out our production or drone. We're just doing it in a more safe way when we're playing against better opponents. That's all.
Our forces are under attack.
want to push Protoss either. You know, it's fine to just contain him. This stage in the game, it's good to do little tricks again, like morphing the damaged Hydras. Because when the lurker spawns, they'll spawn at full health, regardless of the health of the Hydra. So it's a nice little trick to basically heal your army. Okay. That's cute. Also, again, players are pretty good at Rrank, so they know kind of how they can get back in the game. Contain Protoss, they know that one of the ways is getting a dropout, so you know, you will need to spread your overlords at this point in the ranking. You don't really need to like overly micro or anything. What rank? I'm mid B right now.
Forces are under attack.
Yeah, you know, there's no fancy micro all that much this game. And really, you know, there really isn't such a thing as fancy micro. You know, even at S, it's just doing a lot of like very basic things such as targeting more quickly and accurately, I suppose. That's why getting down those fundamentals in the lower rank is so important. What we're doing is just watching our army, selecting them, and moving them away based on seeing a storm.
Forces are under attack.
Alright, usually Protoss players should just leave the game at this point. It's not gonna happen. If this were like your legitimate ladder game, you know, you wanted to get better, I would say you should just hold this and don't let up. But I would very much like to get a new game. So we're gonna do what's called the box and send. Not gonna care too much about this storm that happens. You get storm, you get storm.
Our forces are under attack. forces are under attack. Our forces are under attack.
And I just want to stress that you know, if you really wanted to win, then you would just sit there. But you know, it's fine to tap. He thought the OBs were dropping. Okay, we're getting people close to A rank. Starting to see. Nice. Starting to see the end of the tunnel. I think at A rank I'll start playing no handicaps. I'll just start playing seriously. It's 2S, so I don't really play any games at S, so I think. So yeah, I mean I would have to do no holds bar, whatever that term means. No handicaps at A. Ooh, that's gonna be fun after playing so slow. It's gonna be fun. I finally hit A. Yeah, if you want to be doing, you know, just you really want to practice your FTs when you can. You want to do some early game stuff, make sure it's clean, make sure your split is good in B. All that stuff is decently important. Probably won't win or lose you the game at B, but it's at least good to start practicing. It's your early game drone, so all that. Ooh, okay. Almost got away with it. Almost didn't scout it. Alright, so there's some tricky play here. Tricky plays. So again, you know, they have the early zealot. We want to pressure them, especially if they're on one gate. They may be able to full wall, in which case you respect that they can defend it. And simply, yeah, so we're seeing it. See though if they'll have enough once all our lanes arrive. 5, you can try and target this one down. Ooh, that's pretty good. That's pretty solid. Yeah, let's stop that. Alright, getting players now that are solid. You have to be careful against this because, you know, one base is typically a timing attack, so You really don't want to get far behind versus whatever timing that they're going to be doing. Okay, so we see lots of zealots here. So that means that we could be getting flooded. Let's speed zealots. Again, we want to be very careful here. Once we get up to about 1 drone per patch, we want to push that too. We need to try and get scouts. And cannon. Okay. So, okay. Cannon means that they're probably going to be playing this defensively. That means that you need to drone up. It would also help if you do kind of like a wall. All of those things are very good.
Forces are under attack. Our forces are under attack by your enemies.
The wall doesn't need to be perfect, but any little bit helps here.
Our forces are under attack.
What you can see is this looks very similar to a lot of the styles we had been playing. In that we have a lot of hatcheries on just 2 bases. We're massing up. The reason why this can be used is because 1 gate allows for this style to... Okay. Go out. This 1 gate style allows for it, right? It's not that aggressive, it's super safe, and so Zerg is allowed to kind of mass up their drones and mass up their hatcheries. Be careful a little bit to see if he's sending over those high Templars. Don't look like it. That's fine. It is worth it to chase zealots like this. It may look like they have infinite health, but not really. And you know, you can do cute things like that. That's fine. You know, there's really pretty low risk if you do it wrong. It's really hurt you, so feel free. And again, you know, it's a very similar setup that'll happen to the last game. Or do you want to check for hidden expansions?
Our forces are under attack.
Bit closer games, but you know, just whenever they break, you just need to, you know, chill out a little. It's fine. Just keep making units. You know, like safety somethings if you have to. A suggestion. It's only like this because we droned up early. So, you know, as long as we defend this push, it's going to be fine. He's been quite greedy. This is 1-1 versus 2-2. So it may look scary, but not really. We have a lot of drones. We have a lot of bases.
Our forces are under attack.
We will break out though. We will get to take a third, get to the plane, but we'll have a tough time here.
Our forces are under attack.
My guy's getting to overload, so probably don't like that.
Our forces are under attack.
Again, you know, you want to trade as much as you can here because you're 2-2 versus 1-1. These goons, they're not as strong as you think they are. That's it. He's already done. So why did he give up there, right? It's because the game is a little bit different than you might think it is. Also, roll at 417 again. But when they go for one gate, there's also something you need to know when you start going into B rank, is you need to know some things. When they go for one base builds, part of the reason why nobody does this is because your mid game becomes very weak, and not for the reason people think. It becomes weak because your main base mines out significantly faster than if you were to go for a fast expand. And so it causes a huge problem where when he left the game, he was actually only mining from just his natural. Whereas, you know, if he had gone for a fast expand, both his bases would have been mining. So that's actually one of the big problems with staying one base, is I'll show you when he left. Let's skip ahead. I guess he had low saturation, but close to it, right? Yeah, he cut probes really hard. But very close to mining out. Yeah, only 33 probes. Yeah, right. Exactly. But the point remains, you mine out of your main very fast when you go for one base builds. And that's part of the big problem with it. What rank are we up to? We're up to B. We're almost at A. Once we're on A, ooh, I can really play. Ladder is global, so it doesn't actually matter what a server your account is on. It doesn't affect who you get matched on. The only thing that matters is your relative ping and your IP location. It doesn't actually matter what server you're logged into. Alright, so we get a Terran player at B rank. I think it's the first Terran player at B rank. So at this rank, I would still stay away from Mutalisks. Again, Mutalisks are extremely difficult to use, especially against Terran. And so, I'd stay away from them. I would also suggest people start using lurkers and not go for hive rushes anymore. Terran's just more consistent. I think hive rushes are still fine, but it's probably more consistent to play lurker builds. Versus bio, at least. Versus mech, you still want a mass Hydra. That hasn't changed. Am I gonna put these on YouTube? Yeah, of course. I'm locally recording all of it, so hopefully I'll be able to. I think someone's gonna help me with editing it, but we'll put it on there. Okay, like always, we're still going pool first. We haven't changed that. We'll probably start going hatch first and around Terran. Before then, it's better just to play safe. And make sure you don't die to any cheeses. This is a factory opener. Looks like he's also going to wall. So normally I'd make 6 lanes, but in this case I won't. He has a. We've scouted that he has a full wall. Going to binary. That's a mech build. There. The simplest way to play against this is just to get into Hydras and make a lot of them. Do you ever go for sneaky cross-map base with teleport sunken thing, like with a Nidus? Yeah, that's actually pretty strong versus Terran. But not versus mech. You don't want to do those sneaky things versus mech, because mech has vultures. Vulture will cause you a lot of problems. They'll just kill all your drones in that hidden base and peace out. What we're doing is just spamming the SD keys, right? Nothing too crazy, nothing all that special. Scout to see what he's up to. We haven't seen the vulture so far, so just keep that in mind. It'd be nice to see if he has a command center. He does not, and so we want to play much safer. Aha! There it is. We need to scout that it's a Wraith versus Wraith. This is important. Get Hydra range first. Hydra range. Not get speed first. Why? Because Wraiths outrange Hydras by default. And so they can actually kill Hydras straight up with some decent micro and not take damage in return. Now, can most players actually do this? No, but every now and then you'll hit a player you can. You're going to be very sad if you go for speed and they start murdering your Hydras with only Rick. So we see that he's building Marines here. So after range, we want to go into Lurker. If you had committed more into Wraith, then we might get speed instead.
Our forces are under attack. Mission complete.
Don't you think not going for Muta for so long will hurt a player in the long run? No, not really. Look, Muta is Muta. You're gonna learn it when you have to learn it, but you should learn it after you have the fundamentals down. Nothing's worse than a player like trying to learn Muta and they're like getting supply blocked everywhere and they're focusing on Muta and their economy's going to shit. Just but learn the basics first, and once you have the basics mastered, then learn the hard stuff. Learn how to play Muta. It's just my thoughts anyway. But once you have the basics down, you should just literally do nothing but try and learn how to Muta. Every game, you should just be going for like Muta time.
Our forces are under attack.
Oh, and you see tank. That's interesting. So I suppose it was only a single Wraith. Okay. Let's get Overlord speed. So let's see what's going on over here.
The hive cluster is under attack.
End up canceling it though.
Evolution complete.
Let's see, we're quite low on gas, so I'd like to take a third. Not the rate. We can't make too many lurkers, because we don't have the gas for it, but we can make enough.
Our forces are under attack.
And because we have wish I knew what he was up to. Well, that's why I'm getting Overlord speed, I guess. But we'll find out eventually. So at B, you can start doing a little bit, some tricks here. This is a nice one. Is lurkers, hold Shift, A, click on a building, enemy building in Fog of War. All I did, hold Shift, A, left click a building in Fog of War, and leave it. Those lurkers are now stopped, and they won't fire if something passes by them. You see that SCD? Yeah, lurkers didn't fire on that, did it? We can even metagame farther by showing him that I'm just now building lurkers. You gotta entice him to push you. You'll be like, oh no, I died. Yeah, before these lurkers are done. Actually very confused though what he's doing. Maybe he's just a clown, I don't know. That's something.
Our forces are under attack.
Okay. Maybe he's just not that good.
Our forces are under attack.
Okay, well, now, normally I would not suggest doing this, but again, just for the sake of time, we're going to YOLO our entire army into it, and that's the way it's going to be. If you really wanted to win, should you do this? Absolutely not. Are we going to do it anyway? Yes, because you know, I don't really want to continue playing on with this game. It's you know, it's far enough ahead that it's not that big of a deal. That was a weird one though. I don't really understand what he was doing. It's like a 1 base, 6 racks. Got some tanks, right? Vessel in there, but maybe maybe his rating wasn't that high. I don't know. 7 racks on 1 base push, yeah. Do you ever get Burrow? Yeah, Burrow has very niche uses, but Burrow is actually very strong in certain situations. B rank is a really wide range. Yeah, that's probably true. Alright, I'll be right back. Almost at A. Okay. Let's keep going. Wait, what happened? Didn't you have enough M&M and 3 to 4 tanks? Yeah, upgrades are a factor. I think he was 0-0, and I was like 1 or 2 carapace. That's a factor, and then the other thing is that, I mean, yeah, he has all of that, but he was on 1 base forever, so... Normally, that's a very bad idea, and I even tried to explain that as a bad idea. But I had enough of an economy that probably would break him, just because that so many more units. I think if he positioned his army better, it would not have worked. Like, if his full army was, like, behind the bunker and everything, then maybe it would not have gone so smoothly. This opponent is about 2k MMR. So he's pretty good. We're gonna need to play solidly. But I'm not gonna try hard either.
minerals.
So it is odd that we don't. Well, that SCV was just really late. That's what I was trying to say. So I'm a bit worried. Maybe I'll start thinking larva here. Well, that was, you know, you don't need to do anything crazy, but if you go for a 9 pull, you do want to attack them, and you just want to target down whatever you can. Marines are better to target down, but they're more risky. That's why I didn't go for them. You know, I think I maybe could have gotten them, but the SCVs were a sure kill, and so you're better in that scenario. Generally, for an even game, you do want to kill at least 3 SCVs or 3 Marines. And in this case, I killed those 3 SCVs plus have links to spare, so this is pretty nice for me. Pretty comfy game. I also don't see a command center, so begs the question whether he's making a vulture. Should start a creep colony just in case. Okay. It's normal bio. Fine. Oh, whoops, so it's supposed to start a keep going. Or, no, Hydra. Sorry. Hopefully my lurker's not too late. Should be fine. Looks pretty far behind. That means it's out of the build.
Require more minerals. Our forces are under attack. Evolution complete.
Wow, I didn't realize this ramp was so huge. Was it always like this? massive ramp. So again, tricks are useful here, so I stopped him really quickly. Showed the last game how we do that. There's another trick, is we can just patrol. It'll go on top of the lurker. It's quite strong because they won't know how many are on it. This is the most consistent way to play Hydra B rank versus Terran. It's just to let your drones get caught. You can start going into defilers if you want. You don't really need to. You can go straight into Ultra. It's fine as well.
Forces are under attack. Evolution requires more minerals.
Keep it pretty simple. You want to keep on expanding versus bio. Scourge are also quite good, so you want to get into them. The vessels are coming out. Dark Swarm is not that important if they're not making tanks. Dark Swarm is really not a necessity. What is a necessity is play. B rank is a good spot to learn defilers. Again, they're not necessary. You can win your games in B rank without defilers. It won't be all that difficult either. Good, he split his frames so fast. Again, you're starting to see similarities, right? Doesn't this setup with all of these hatcheries here look a lot like what we tried to set up in the E and F rank? And that's because what we learned there still applies even though we're playing in B rank. So a much harder opponent, same idea. It's just, it's much more difficult to get to this point. But this is still the goal, is to get to the point where we have all of these things. We're starting to see how good Plague is here, right? Very difficult for Terran to deal with Plague. Takes a lot of attention and care with their units. Yeah, I just want to point out that this looks awfully familiar. The setup we had. And you don't need to over micro. Saving your drones would be nice, but you don't really need to here. You want to save those though. A bit of a fast reaction. Maybe I should have slowed that down, but ultras were popping anyway. Yeah, I guess my suggestion is, you know, make sure you have any drop paths covered with vision. Because you're only able to pick off the drops that you're able to see. Right? So if you're not able to see where a drop can come in, you're not going to be able to pick it off. Okay, I think it's time. Okay.
Our forces are under attack. Our forces are under attack. Forces are under attack. Our forces are under attack.
You can use the Nidus as well to move your army. You just move it into the Nidus, then shift click it over here. It's pretty easy.
Our forces are under attack.
One. super easy. Don't want to overcomplicate it. So, playing that style with lurkers is a lot more consistent than Mutas at this rank. That would be my suggestion. Crazy Zerg can run into some problems. People at B rank can tend to hit pretty nasty timings if you don't have at least lurkers to defend. Yeah, Yamtube is rush.
Require more minerals.
Am I in a hotel? Why does everyone ask that? No, I'm not in a hotel. Been asked that before. I thought my background looked nice. I thought about putting like a painting back there too. Spruce it up a little, but we'll see on that one. Still might. I've got like paintings to the side of me. They could put behind me. I think that'd be look a lot nicer. But if I put them behind me, then they're for my stream and not my work. I don't know. I don't know if it's worth it. Yeah, having a coffee shop. So he had a pretty good micro. Terran can mineral walk back their SCVs that you target. That was good by him. I saved one and only killed two. So that's a slight edge to him, maybe even. See, now we're starting to use the FPs a little bit more, right? Send drones to our bases. Okay, we see starting his command center, which means that pretty late, which means he probably went something like a factory opener. Let's get up a Creek colony. Oh, whoops. It's already working. Okay, kind of weird. So the person just assumed people will go Muta, building turrets. Not such a good idea. Lifted barracks means that it is indeed mech. That's interesting. We're getting some more interesting type of plays starting with B-Ray. Solid nonetheless, you know, he has an expansion. That's what he needs. So it's weird, but you know, nothing really wrong with it. You can see that pretty much confirmed the mech just because he has that floating barracks out in the center. There's no way you'd be doing that if it were bio, so it's a pretty easy tell. So there's not much we can do here. He hasn't given many openings. He's playing very safe, very defensive, and so you know, we kind of need to respect that. Only trap we have set is this stop lurker here. The mech still can be picked by stop lurker. Worth going for. So that's a glad. Oh, that's gonna be nice. Oh, I can feel it. Cool. Alright, don't jump the gun, right? You have to well, patience. I know this is making it looks juicy. Alright. You gotta go. First you activate the lurkers, and then you go with the Hydras. You ready? Oh, he's moldering. He's so upset. Alright. So little tricks like that will help you a lot in B. You shouldn't rely on them completely to win the game, but you should definitely be going for them at B range. They're really not that hard to set up, the lurker hold position. And they're pretty low risk, right? Let's say they scan your lurkers. You can always just unburrow with them and move away. Ah, that was... it's just funny how long these things are.
Our forces are under attack.
And even in B rank, this is our ideal setup. This is what we want to get to. A little bit easier this game, just because you know, mech pretty defensive, lets you do what you want. Still same idea. It's just as you go higher rank, it becomes more and more how you get there instead of what you want to do. It's pretty clear what your game plan is. It's to get to a situation like this where you have all these hatcheries, just easily macro from them. Just go and kill them. As you rank up, it becomes more and more, how do I get to this point without dying? They go mech and camp. This was my original plan, is that you should go into drops. Drops are very strong versus mech.
Our forces are under attack. Our forces are under attack.
So it doesn't take much to trade at least decently with Hydras versus mech, right? You don't have to do all that much. And what drop does, the nicest part about it is it forces or it turns any attack that they're going to go or do into an all-in. This becomes an all-in. Why? Because immediately once you have drop, when they push you like this, you also have the threat of lurker drops coming. This is a pretty simple and very difficult style to deal with for Terran. We do have to be careful. So, you know, as the game progresses, mech is more and more broken. So, we want to make sure that we do end up breaking him eventually. I suppose as well, the other concern is hidden bases. You really don't want mech to have a hidden base. It will be damned if they do. Whenever they give you easy trades like this, like Hydra versus Goliath, you should always take it. Aha! Okay, I was wondering why he had so many minerals. What a scummy guy. Okay, so that's a little bit dangerous. We need to be careful here, because we did allow mech to have a hidden base. It's funny, he was complaining about our stop lurker when he was playing like this. And you do have to be more careful about this as you go up in rank. You know, people play a lot trickier. And we really don't want to allow people to get away with stuff like this. So we did. We found it eventually, so it's fine, but it's fortunate that we allowed it. This will give them significant amounts of gas. I imagine they're still quite low on minerals, though.
Forces are under attack. Our forces are under attack.
This is getting dangerous.
Our forces are under attack.
Yeah.
forces are under attack. Our forces are under attack. Our forces are under attack. Evolution complete. Our forces are under attack. 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 Evolution complete. Our forces are under attack. 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 The hive district is under attack. Our forces are under attack. Our forces are under attack. Our forces are under attack. forces are under attack. Our forces are under attack. Evolution complete. Our forces are under attack. Our forces are under attack. Spawn more overlords. Our forces are under attack. Our forces are under attack. Our forces are under attack.
Ah! Motherfucker. Okay. This is a good lesson. Don't fuck with mech. Don't mess around. You really need to make sure they don't hide a base. If mech hides a base and a base survives, it's very, very difficult to do anything versus 3-3 mech. The counter to 3-3 mech, if you're wondering, is to kill them before they get 3-3 mech. There really is not a better way to go about it. Fuck. I tried. Yeah, don't let them hide and expand. Alright. Riddle. Yeah, he was solid. Well, solid enough. Starting at B rank, people will be quite tricky, and so you do need to watch out for stuff like hidden expos. The way he played that, you know, camping on 2 bases, it's how you want to play that certain style, and that style relies on the base not being found. And then, you know, they'll just overrun you with, like, 4 gas, right? And also enough gas for, like, 3-3 vessels, all that shit. Yeah, it was a solid plan, and people in Rrank will be able to kind of do those kind of gimmicky stuff quite well. And so, I want to watch out for it. Sorry, playing all tryhardish. You need to crush someone. We're not at A rank yet, but we're gonna go all out on this one. Gotta redeem myself. That was too sad of a loss to not play straight up now. So you can see when you're playing all out, you do want to use everything at your disposal. You want to mine efficiently and quickly. You want to use all your F keys. Immediately set them. The earliest moment that you can. If you're playing all out, your early game is clean. You can go for hatch first. Definitely want to do 3 extra base as well. Okay. If I was a legend, I would make nothing but drones here and just like assume that I hold. But just such luck on that one. So this is what I mean by, you know, unless your early game is clean, you really shouldn't hatch first, right? I mean, you just gotta be honest with yourself and ask whether, you know the proper defense against cheeses like that. Not to say cannon rush is necessarily a cheese, because it's not, but... Oh, whoops, misfuck.
forces are under attack. Forces are under attack. Require more minerals. 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 Our forces are under attack. More Our forces are under attack. Forces are under attack. Spawn more overlords. Spawn more overlords. under attack. Our forces are under attack. Forces are under attack. Forces are under attack. Our forces are under attack. Forces are under attack. Our forces are under attack. Forces are under attack.
Okay, glad I played that one seriously. Okay, it was pretty good. I don't know if he was B rank. It's pretty good. Or maybe I'm just playing sloppy after getting too many easy games. I don't know which one it is. This was solid cannon rush. I still think it would have been just so sick if I'd made all drones there and just instead of any lings. Like somehow I knew that the drone would kill the cannon. I think that'd be super cool. I think all drones there may not be a bad idea. I think if I make a round of drones instead of lings, because the drones don't kill a cannon on reaction, you can always build like 2 or 4 lings. Yeah, I was more behind than I thought I was, which is the cannon rush. Did kill 3 workers, so it was quite a lot early on. Got away with only 5 cannons too. Yeah, that hurt. When you go 973, you can't let him get like 3 storms like that. It kills a bunch of Hydras. I shouldn't say 973. That's a. Let's call it like when you go Hydra opener, when you kind of pressure the front like this, you really don't want to lose Hydras to Storm. It's okay if the Storm damages them, but not so good if the Storm kills them. I'm surprised this went as badly as it did. So maybe I should have just defended with this triple. Trying to contain here. Maybe not so good as players get better. It's probably a good idea to defend your base rather than to push them with Hydra and Reflectors. Wow. That's what I'm talking about. See? Production is really good. See, I pull 8 gates. Or just stop on Eclipse. Smurf meets Smurf, maybe, yeah. Who knows? Only 11 though. I think when I hit A, I might call it, or even before that. I'm getting absurdly tired. Almost been on for 12 hours, but for now, I've been stuck B, so let's just go for all-out games. We'll do maybe like 1 or 2. If you want to see what to do with A-Rank, just watch the stream. I mean, that's me playing all out. But in general, the only difference between playing at B-Rank and playing at A-Rank is... at A-Rank, you need to know how to use Mutalisks, so we're going to start using them now.
We require more minerals. We require more minerals.
Feel like you have to relearn StarCraft from scratch? Yeah, that's true. I mean, the game has changed a lot, so you're gonna have to put in the time to see what's new. But a lot of stuff stayed the same.
We require more minerals.
Alright, I think this will actually be my last one, but I will promise you guys that I'll pick it up tomorrow. How about that? And we'll finish off getting this account to S tomorrow. It's just been about a 12-hour stream for me, so I don't know how many more games I can do, but we'll pick it off where we left off tomorrow for sure. I'll get this account to S. You know what? Something to do it without a single loss, but yeah, that one loss that we had, I'm not too upset about it. It just shows that once you get to B, the players are good enough that if you allow one mistake, like hidden expansions,
We require more minerals.
you know, a lot of players will be in trouble there. Okay. CC first? Is that it? Yeah, it is. I'm sorry, my dude. Ooh, okay, you repaired it. That's pretty cool.
Our forces are under attack. Spawn more overlords. Spawn more overlords. Evolution complete. We require more minerals. We require more minerals.
Oh, mech's not the answer, dog. Oh, I'll show you guys something really cool. Watch this. Alright, you ready? Okay, it's still firing. Aha, we got it. Oh, no. Alright. It might be throwing you. But you can... First try. But you can glitch it so that it doesn't fire, basically. It's pretty cool. I think it's A rank. Doing stuff like this, learning move command with your mutas is very important. Otherwise, your mutas just aren't going to be consistent. A good counterattack.
Forces are under attack. More gas.
Alright, I think I found out what it is. We're playing better people, and we're also playing later at night. That's why it's like a double whammy. B rank late at night is way different than B rank in like evening for North America. Like afternoon. But what was that?
Our forces are under attack. Forces are under attack. Require more minerals. Our forces are under attack. Forces are under attack. Forces are under attack.
Alright, I think that's a fine one to finish it off. I'm dead tired. Not finish it completely. We'll resume it tomorrow. And yeah, I think that'll be good. We got some great learning games here. And I hope everyone really enjoyed it. We'll see what we can do in terms of HOD, and I'll try and put it on YouTube. So, yeah, I hope everyone enjoyed, and I hope everyone has a good one. Let me see who to raid. Ooh, we're going Jin Jin. Yep. Good night, everyone. Be good to Jin Jin.